Welcome to the SAMBAZON morning update here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western in beautiful Oceanside, California, the North Shore of San Diego, as we descend upon the south side of the Oceanside Pier. And warm-ups are happening right now. Looks like Crawford getting loose, and the weather has turned in our favor. Sunny California day. Again, crisp weather. But speaking of the weather, we've been through a weather roller coaster in the last 12 to 18 hours. So, we had, I'm Gabriel, the wonderful Rosie Hodge. Rosie, we had, a storm come through last night, and we had gusts of wind up to 40 miles per hour. We had to hold down the structure. We didn't know if we were going to run today or not, and then just in a matter of hours, the wind has clocked around, and it seems like a whole new day.
I was about to say, it's completely different to what we arrived in the dock this morning. I mean, just driving along the freeway, not a single car in the Trestles parking lot, which is a good indicator because you know how frothy all those locals are. But it is. The waves look super fun at the moment. So stoked to see it turn around on us. This is going to be the biggest of the waiting period, so let's make the most of it. Yeah,
it's looking epic. So we know we're on today. You saw the warm-up right there as we came into the shot. Glassy conditions, very, very high performance. But to see what the plan is for today, we're going to go to Mitchell Salazar along with the contest director, Brian Robbins. Take it away, Mitchell.
The waxer down here instead of Mitchell. We're swapping beanies for hats down here, Brian Robbins. What's the call for today?
Yeah, Matt, it's been a little bit on and off again this morning, but we're on now. Men's round of 16, starting at 11:35, so we're live. Harley and Levi just ran past. They're the first matchup. It's going to be great, man. We had pretty wild winds overnight, so the swell's definitely picked up, but, the offshore is now blowing back in our face like it has been the last couple mornings, and conditions are cleaning up, and we're excited for 8 heats. The women's round of 16 is off. We can't get it in today, so they'll be up tomorrow morning, and game on.
And I can tell you, surfers have swapped their grovelers for performance shortboards. Today is going to be an amazing day of waves. Back to the live action in the booth.
All right, thank you, Matt Shanoski, the fourth member of our broadcast team, along with Mitchell Salazar. Well, what we expect is exactly what happened, and Surfline told us it was going to go that way. Let's take a look at our Surfline forecast, Rosie.
Yeah, you can tell that there's just that swell mix that peaks today that we were talking about. So we really want to make the most of today's condition. It fades into Friday. We've seen these onshore winds turn around and improve mid AM as we're getting into that part of the day now. Saturday, there's still that lingering bit of swell that we're going to see, but then a fresh northwest swell will build in on Saturday, which is our last day of the waiting period. So I think we're going to be picking the eyes out the next couple of days. But today it looks great. That wind has come down a couple notches, thank goodness. And we're going to see a good day of action with the men's round of 16 hitting the water.
Yeah, today is a proof that you never give up on the day. Here we go with the long-term forecast. Looking to finish this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's still staying in there, hanging in at 2 to 3. So we're going to have some special moments. Friday's still got a bit of size to it. So this contest, like I said, we've got 8 heats of the men today. We've still got 8 heats of the women in the round of 16. And then it's into finals day. So a lot of action still on deck before we finish out this contest.
Yeah, and the great news is that we will be finishing this contest on the weekend. So everybody can come on down once you get the word from WorldSurfLeague.com that we're on. If you're in the Southern California area, come on down this weekend. Finals day this weekend, that's all but guaranteed. Let's take a look at the first heat in the round of 16. This man-on-man matchup, the Aussie Harley Walters up against the local boy, Levi Slawson, Rosie.
Yeah, I love this heat. I mean, both of these guys had to battle through that elimination round yesterday. They're looking sharp, Capo. Today's a different day, different types of conditions. Let's see who's ready to adjust.
30-minute clock has just started for both of our surfers, and you can see the scramble after the horn. Open priority, who's going to get this one? Looks like it's Harley Walters was on the inside of Levi Slawson. No go for both of the surfers. Again, open priority between these two. Levi Slawson, 20 years old. He's our local boy. Runner-up last year in the World Juniors at his home break, a Seaside. just down south here off of PCH. He's driven a little bit north for his second go at a junior world title. Levi Slawson, certainly one of the favorites.
Definitely, and just the way that he's been surfing through the rounds, he's still looking super sharp, and it looks like the priority judges, with that paddle, they've established a priority out there.
Great call, Rosie. Yeah, we saw that from up above, and because what happened was because Harley Walters paddled for that wave, Levi pulled back and did not take that wave with the open priority. The priority was given to Levi Slawson in that occasion because basically it was a block.
Exactly.
So that's an early slight advantage to the local boy, Levi Slawson, but he's up against a tall, lanky, goofy foot out of Anguri, New South Wales, Australia, now residing in Kira. Harley Walters has been really impressive on his coiled up backhand approach that we've seen. We saw it yesterday in the elimination round. I was really impressed. We'll see that same approach in a dominant right, I feel, today out there in the water, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at Harley's performance, the best of the event yesterday from Angari, like you said, that's just such a stunning part of Australia. You know, you think about Iluka, which is just down the road, pretty similar kind of mixed up peak situations around that area, and you said that he's moved to Kira, so this guy's well versed in beach break conditions. Yeah, but he's another talent that we're just so impressed by.
Here we go, using his priority, Levi Slawson slashes off the top there. Great rail control, a little bit late, but sticks it. Solid footing by Levi Slawson, and you could see by the body language on the kick out, he was happy. He was late to that final re-entry, but was able to put the board under his feet.
Almost made it more impactful being that late and meeting that lip line. The judges today are asking for big surfing, and I feel like that just exemplifies the criteria that the judges are looking to utilize.
Our first look at Harley Walters, up and down. So he'll get back out there and regain priority, but a false start for the Australian. So early advantage again to Levi Slawson.
And you think about it, I mean, for Harley now, kind of two mistakes in the beginning part of the heat. The paddle with open priority, and Levi, this wave was really just so fun to watch. Opening exchange in the opening heat. And like I said, meeting that lip line so late made it even more of a high impact maneuver. If he just went up there and kind of coasted, he really had to huck his whole body up into that lip line and come down with a lot of force. So it takes a lot of control to land out and ride out clean in a maneuver like that.
What happened here?
Yeah, it's almost like he lost interest in that halfway through. A little bit off kilter, I feel like over-rotated when he was going up into that lip.
So just a fractional score to start for Harley Walters, waiting for the opening ride, Levi Slawson. That's really what's going to set the scale for today's round of 16. Wind continues to swirl, and just in the last hour or so, we went from straight offshore and now a little bit of more of a side shore element. A support squad there for Levi Slawson. Matt Myers, his coach from Myers Surf Mentoring, and Taylor Clark, one of the local hot shots. Look at spiking of hot shots. Levi Slawson firing shots right from the beginning. Goes excellent with an 8.5, Ro.
Just to put it into perspective, that was the first wave ridden in the first heat of the day. For the judges to already reward it excellence, like you're doing something right.
Yeah. Well, the judges were able to sleep in. They had a great breakfast. They were ready to throw out some numbers today.
Feeling generous. No, that score was 100% earned.
And they took a while to put that number in, which also indicates to me that they looked at the replay numerous times before settling on those scores. So great start for the local boy, and pretty much one of the event favorites in the way of Levi Slawson.
Definitely. Yeah, Levi's coming in with a lot of confidence. I love the little piece that we saw on him on the SAMBAZON Dawn Patrol a couple days ago. He just seems like he's got his head on his shoulders, great support. And as we watch this replay, the judges sent out the criteria of what they're looking for, and they said they want to see critical maneuvers in the critical section of the wave. And if you're looking at what he is doing on this maneuver, it doesn't get more critical than that.
Yeah, that was a lot of commitment in that final maneuver, and he was rewarded. Slawson waving to the beach announcers to get an update on that score. He's going to be happy when he hears the news. Interesting note, that both Levi Slawson and Harley Walters both riding for the same surfboard brand. Harley Walters riding for Sharp Eye Surfboards, the Australian division of Sharp Eye Surfboards, and Levi Slawson, a long supporter of Sharp Eye Surfboards here, right in the San Diego, where their headquarters are.
And yeah, you've seen the Sharp Eyes, how successful that stable of athletes have been on the championship tour. 2 world titles.
Yeah.
Do they name? I mean, what was the percentage of surfers that were on Sharp Eyes at the
finals?
Yeah, WSL finals.
Yeah, or even at the beginning of the year. I think when we did the CT surfer shaper ranks, Sharp Eye had the biggest field of surfers, had the biggest crew of surfers on their label. Marcio Zuvi and the crew over there, Marcio being the designer and shaper, obviously doing a great job because so many talent of some of the world's best are riding those boards.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo going back-to-back on his Sharp Eye equipment with the world title.
Asked Levi Slawson, we had a little bio of, what do you play your preheat music that you have in your headphones to Levi? He likes silence. He doesn't like any, just meditation, silence, no music. Favorite music for Harley Walters preheat is some Aussie hip hop. 1-4 is his favorite wind-up music there.
Yeah, it was fun listening to yourself and Waxhead in the booth yesterday, just breaking down that genre for us.
So we came off a high tide this morning, and you can see we're already gaining some more beach as the tide recedes through the day. Taking notes here, Matt Myers, the coach of Levi Slawson.
Good job.
Signature
securing the
floral hat, so he's easy to spot from the water.
High tide this morning, a 6.8-foot high tide was crashing through the field.
And more than just the coach, he's Matt Myers Surf Mentorship, in which he takes a holistic approach to his surfers, of not just coaching them, but just to be a mentor. Also, a lot of the spiritual, mental, and just emotional game that comes with all of this stuff.
Yeah, he's done so much hard work with all of his athletes, being there in all of the big moments. I mean, the tough losses, the big wins, all of that is an emotional journey. It's good to have someone in your corner that can kind of help shoulder that. And also sometimes you need a bit of tough love, Carp.
Yeah. Hey, well, you need someone to be real with you, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't want to hear,
Yeah.
you can't just only hear the good news. Sometimes you got to hear the bad news and see some of the stuff that you got to work on. As we talked about throughout this event, Rosie, is the big coefficient in the tides that we've experienced every day. Here we go. Look at the change again. We go from a 6.8 high tide that we've passed to this afternoon. We're going to be finishing up in a negative 1.7 feet.
Yeah, that's this afternoon with that lower tide. It's going to be interesting to watch how this bank changes. We've seen it with like a 2 to 3 foot swell.
Yeah.
But now to see it at this size and how it handles, it's going to be fun. I wonder if some maybe outer banks are going to break, maybe different parts of the sandbar.
That could happen. Certainly when we came this morning and it was storm surf. So this wind's clocked from onshore to offshore, now back to kind of side on throughout the day. But it was just stormy and big. It was a big regional wind swell. And there were some, even at the high tide, there was some second kind of bank breaking out there. I don't want to say reef because I don't know if it's a reef, but some breaking on a second layer out there.
Yeah, and then coming in with that high tide, I mean, you see the erosion on the beach already from a few weeks ago. We had a massive swell here. But yeah, we're definitely making sure all the camera structures, the competitors area, the judges' site was all going to be okay while that high tide and big swell were approaching.
So this is the men's round of 16. So both of these surfers, like you said, were in the elimination round yesterday. So the men's round of 16 is reseeded from that elimination round. And that's how these two surfers ended up against each other in this heat. Through this round, after this round, we actually go straight brackets. So basically, Heat 1 and Heat 2 winners will be in the quarterfinal 1. and so on down the line. So now it's really predictable to see what the matchups are going to be coming into finals day for the men.
And that's fun. I mean, even with the reseeding of this round, I think for all of the surfers to wait and see how the puzzle piece was going to fit together and what their matchups were going to look like for today's action.
Yeah. What do you think about you? You got your heats in front of you, Rosie. Any heats you're excited to watch?
Ooh, I'd even look. I mean, all these heats are so stacked. I think Xian was great yesterday. He's going to be coming up in heat number 2. Jet Schilling and Sam Peter. I think that's going to be a
that's a good one.
Good battle. Luke Thompson from South Africa was extremely impressive yesterday too.
Heitor Mueller, the Brazilian, warming up for his heat. He's going to be heat number 2 of the day up against Xian Crawford. Heitor Mueller, a great talent that I first had eyes on. He got a wild card into the Saquarema Challenger Series, the last event of the Challenger Series last year, and was very, very impressive with his showing there in Saquarema.
Well, Heitor, this is going to be the second time he's surfing in the event in the round of 16. He won his round 1 heat. Xian, like I said yesterday, in the elimination round was one of the standouts. I think he got the 933.
Yep. So another great heat. A little bit lully. So I'm surprised on the waves were so consistent up until, and you know what? It happens. It almost seems like it happens every time.
I think, let's see this live action.
Okay, here we go. Backup score. Levi Slawson under priority. Lip glide there to clear that section. Throws it up. Messy lip, but he deals with that. Looks like he's going to take this one to the beach. Now the current is so strong. Likely he's going to take this to the beach and then do that run around. You can see how far down the current took him on that right-hander. And to reposition himself, Rosie, I think he's thinking, hey, easier to use my legs right now than my arms and get back out there.
And also just run past the coach. Maybe Matt will have a couple words to him, but I definitely feel like the game plan going out there with today's conditions, it would have been like, hey, get one under your belt as quickly as you can, because it really does alleviate the pressure while he's going to the beach now. After that second ride, he can afford to kind of trot up the beach, take a couple deep breaths.
Yeah, and like I said, use his legs rather than his arms, because he's been paddling the whole time out there.
And he dropped in a great score there, Caps.
6-point ride back up.
Maddie's having a little chat, a little check-in with the coach. It's never a bad, I mean, when you have that opportunity to come in, do the little run around, get a little quick pep talk from your coach, a little situation update, change anything. Nah, you're doing great. Stick to what you're doing.
Yeah.
Cool board under his feet, that rounded pin. I think that really helps him stay so tight in the pocket. Probably has a lot of rocker through it. And like Wax said, was touching on, high-performance shortboards are going to be the go today.
Yeah, we saw Harley paddle for that wave, not able to catch it. So a little bit of confusion out on the water right now for the Australian competitor. He's got to hold himself together and not get frustrated, because it's going to be easy for him to get frustrated when he hears that Levi Slawson already has 14.5 points on him.
This is the 6-point ride that Levi just locked in. So he's got the 8.5, backs it up with a good score. So 2 big maneuvers on that wave, and he's rewarded. And just to our point earlier, as we see this front-on view, almost gets taken out by the chop on the face, but he is such a strong, he's grown up a lot since we saw him last year. I feel like he's filled out a lot, and he's able to muscle his way through those dirtier sections on the wave. But we were touching on it before, a few of those waves. You know, when you're free surfing, you're seeing a lot of surfing, but as soon as you put it in the heat situation, it's easy to get lost in the lineup, and I feel like Harley might be a little bit lost at the moment.
Well, halfway through the heat, and it's been all Levi Slawson so far. Harley Walters, can he come back? We're going to find out after this break. Stick around for more of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship.
My name is Levi Slawson. I'm 20 years old. My last year in the World Juniors.
Seaside local Levi Slawson.
Last year I came really close, got second. I really want to win the event. I really want to have that World Junior title under my belt. Of course, the winner gets shot straight to the Challenger Series, so that would be a nice bonus. More importantly, winning close to home. The World Juniors brings all the best junior guys from around the world. That alone is really exciting. Last year, the waves were firing.
Levi Slawson into the final.
It was just a really good opportunity for me to step up to the plate, show everybody I knew how to surf the wave. I got fair and square smoked in the final last year by Jarvis, so it was good on him to beat me at my home spot. Taking into this year, I'll know the format a little bit more, and man-on-man format's just even better because now you just have one person to beat. I'm feeling really confident, so hopefully I can just capitalize on it.
Getting to know Levi Slawson, and he is dominating this opening heat of the day. We're in the round of 16, heat number 1, the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship, hosted by Best Western Kuiper Girl, along with Rosie Hodge on the call. And Levi just came out swinging with an 8.5 and has not looked back in this matchup, Rosie.
Yeah, he's in a solid control of this heat so far. He was one of the guys that we were watching free surf before the contest got called underway. So I think that little bit of a warm-up probably helped him. Well, definitely helped him. Just it's so different when you watch from the beach as opposed to the experience that you have in the water, especially when there's so much water moving around, there's so much wind, there's new swells meeting each other. It's always good to just get out there and kind of iron out all the creases.
Yeah, Levi chose to take his last wave, 6-point ride, back up, all the way to the beach. He did the runaround, paddle back out by the pier. It took him about little over 4 minutes to make that circuit. So that could be a strategy that we're going to see throughout the day from our surfers.
Yeah, that's good to know the timing on it, and I'm sure it's something that him and his coach had a little chat about. I think another thing with what the judges are going to be focusing in on is staying in the competitors area. I know we saw the surfers surf far to the south, and I think that didn't give them ability to. They're saying like, hey guys, you got to stay in the certain designated area. We want to be able to see your rides. We want to be able to have control of what the priority's doing.
Yeah. I mean, you can't judge what you can't see.
Yeah.
So if you go and you take the drift all the way down to a whole nother beach, don't expect to score. Here we go. Shion Crawford. he's fired up.
Looks relaxed.
You have a sense of he's having fun, right? Every time you see him or you talk to him, give some of the best interviews.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's trying to be funny, but he's funny.
Yeah.
Like, he's a natural kid.
He's just genuinely himself, which is refreshing. And, you know, he was the guy on the SAMBAZON morning update that got that wave to the beach. He's looking like he's a powerful surfer. And, you know, today's the biggest day that we've seen so far. So, yeah, he should be very comfortable out there. I just see a frustrated Harley Walters right now. And we started with 30 minutes. We're down to 9 minutes and 35 seconds. And the Australian Goofy Foot has not broken out of a fractional score. So at some point, you know, surfing obviously is physical with today's conditions, with a lot of paddling and a lot of jockeying and a lot of running up the beach, but it's very mental as well. And it feels to me like Harley's having like kind of a mental, there's a glitch happening right now. I think there are those moments where you feel like the ocean's turned its back on you.
Yeah.
Like you are there, you're just struggling, your competitor's getting 8.5s and backing it up with a 6 in quick succession, and you can't buy a wave.
Yeah.
So I think he's having one of those moments where, I mean, the good thing is he's like created some separation with himself and Levi, but he has priority. So I think you could almost afford to be sitting on Levi. You know that he's got that familiarity with this place. You almost want to be sitting just inside of him.
I love that insight, Rosie. use Levi as your marker, because obviously Levi knows.
He's your North Star.
Yeah, obviously Levi knows where to go because he's already got a couple scores, right? You got priority. Yeah, why not use him as you know, as your marker, your takeoff marker? But we'll see how this plays out. Harley's going to have to get busy, but he's in a combination, so that means he needs 2 waves. And right now, he is on the cusp of it being a physical impossibility, you know, at 8 minutes with this current to get the 2 quality waves.
Well, we already broke down that it takes about 4 minutes from beach to run around to get back to the outside. So
there you go, right? Here's Levi on the inside. Just a turn there, a little repositioning, staying busy. Harley right behind him. Throws the tail, backhand Rio. Beautiful single maneuver. Wisely jumps off. He knows time's of the essence. So didn't want to waste any time. Needs to get back out there.
there's a reason this kid got the highest heat total of the day yesterday, the 15.77. I mean, you just see that surfing that he's capable of.
So we'll wait for that score. Comes in at a 5.5 for Harley Walters. Now he needs a 9-point ride to take the heat. He will be under priority of Levi Slawson. Let's take another look at both of these rides, starting with Levi.
Yeah, Levi gets into this wave. It's one of the smaller ones, and he's over it. He kicks out. He doesn't want to get pushed too far into the inside and have to paddle a lot. And here we go, this major maneuver here from Harley. He's going to be paddling back out and hearing the score, Capo, because it's a good ride. It's broken the combination. And he's going to be like, okay, game on. And that's how quickly things change. I mean, we've still got 6.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah. And to your point, Rosie, that really was his first mission, was to get out of a two-wave combination. And he did that. So he broke the combination. So now he's put it into a piece like, I can do this with a single wave. He needs Levi to either let him have a wave, elude Levi, or Levi to use his priority, and then he's got that opportunity. You can see the two surfers pretty close together, Levi knowing that he has priority.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun last 6 minutes, because I think Harley knows that when he gets to his feet, he's got to pull out all the stops.
So even from our opening drone shot coming in this morning, we saw the smooth water and that window of light offshore wind. And within this half hour, it has changed a bit again as the wind swirled. Another look at the last exchange. So this is just Levi with a carve and an out.
Yeah, so Levi's looking over his shoulder. He kicks out of that one. Watch the drift of the tail and the commitment to get vertical. And it's interesting because you're watching the criteria that the judges send out playing out in front of our eyes. Levi didn't have priority, so he's just kind of playing that inside hunt game. Beautiful maneuver there by Harley. And it just shows you that major maneuver that you're able to do on these bigger sections with commitment, the judges love it. So, you know, that 5-5 single maneuver, thinking about the 8-5 from Levi, I mean, Harley's surfing, that 9 is not out of his repertoire.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. But right now, it's turned slowly and surely into a game of chess as Levi Slawson, with heat control, he's got a big lead and he's got priority. Harley Walters needing that 9-point ride to advance. Levi's going to be trailing Harley. He's going to let him go on this one. So Levi thinks that this wave doesn't have enough potential. Let's see what Harley can do.
Oh.
Tosses it up there and tosses it away. But you saw Levi could have done the block in that occasion. Already looked at that wave and in his mind said, there's no 9 in that wave, and let Harley go.
And that also takes a certain amount of like tenacity, just to be like, okay, already calculated that I'm gonna let my competitor go, hold my position, hold my priority. I mean, Harley, I think he does that maneuver and you see him eyeing off this section. Just a split second off with meeting that lip line. Yeah, but I mean, how much can change in 27 minutes? The wind right now is just kicked up from a different direction.
It's almost as if a second band in this front is starting to hit us again, because it feels like early this morning and through last night, that first band hit us. That first band went inland. The wind swirled around and went light offshore. And then it feels like a second band of front is now hitting us again, because this is all changed within 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also like a colder wind that's coming through. It was almost warm this morning. Now that, what did you call it? The Arctic stream?
So there's a good wind indicator right there, Rosie.
Well, the flap of our tent in the commentators' booths.
If you haven't been watching us, we have been going through crispy conditions here in this week in Oceanside. Classic sunny California days, but with that Arctic blast, getting very, very cold over the evening and taking a while for it to warm up during the day.
Oh, yeah. Just all rugged up. Definitely, you got to search for that extra little bit of motivation when it's cold like this, to go surf, to get out in the water and be like, this is fun. This is what I live for. I can't wait to get out there. You have to have that positive attitude.
All right, well, we're down to just 90 seconds, and it is really all but done right now, with Harley Walters needing a 9-point ride and Levi Slawson in control by way of having priority. Again, a pretty poised Levi Slawson just lets Harley take that one. Harley choosing to go left. This is a tough one to surf against the grain. And you can see how he was just going. There was so much current coming into his board at that moment.
Remember when I said there's this point where you think that the ocean's turned their back on you, and then the sun is just shining on one single person?
Happens, right?
I mean, Levi, in the like buttery conditions, gets those waves back to back. And Harley, I mean, the 5.5 just gave us a little taste of what he's capable of. So it's really just such a bummer to see the heat go like this for Harley, because he's such a great surfer. But this is where you start going through the rounds. Levi has done such a great job of controlling this heat start to finish, and he's going to be in the quarterfinals, Capo.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 1 will feature Levi Slawson. Harley Walters right here. Still got a few more years in the junior ranks, so I'm sure we're going to see Harley again, just 17 years old. So we'll see him again. He's going to have he'll have a couple more years to try to earn a world junior title, but right now he's going to bow out of competition. The local boy Levi Slawson, however, will make the beach crowd happy. And as we're eyeing up the weekend for finals day, he's going to get a lot of support here in Oceanside. There's the numbers: 8.5, 6-point backup, 14.5. What a solid start to the day for Levi Slawson and for competition here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship, hosted by Best Western. Coming up next, it's going to be Shion Crawford, Heitor Mueller battling for a spot in the quarterfinals. World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai. Back in Oceanside for the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship, hosted by Best Western. Round of 16, heat number 2 for the men out in the water is Crawford and Heitor Mueller. Mueller in the blue jersey on the hunt here. The Brazilian is going to have to get over some steps on the takeoff. Stabs the lip there with a nice vertical re-entry, sticking with this wave for a bit more as we fly by. Throws the fins for the finish, and that's going to be the beginning of this heat for Heitor Mueller. We'll be waiting for that score. I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Matt Shanoski, the Waxhead. Conditions changed just in, in 45 minutes so far.
And the same way they cleaned off initially about an hour ago. Blustery onshore conditions. We come back down to the beach. It's offshore. It's cooking. Onshore back up again. But hey, that's what these surfers have to get used to if they're going to be traveling, surfing on the World Tour. These are the conditions that they're going to have to tap into.
Yeah, you got to be adaptive. Crawford out there in the red jersey from Haleiwa, Hawaii, 18-year-old, and a 19-year-old in the way of Heitor Mueller out of Brazil. Winner moves into the quarterfinals and will be facing off against Levi Slawson. Mueller opened up with a 6-point ride. Matt, what did you think about that one?
I think it was a little bit of luck involved with that. You can't be too picky out there. If the wave comes in, you're in position. And if you don't take it, the current will move you out of position. The chances of that wave just coming to you when you need it, as we saw in that last heat, Harley Walters could barely buy a wave when he needed it. This is that replay. A lot of ribs, so he did well to identify this first section. That was a lovely hit. A lot of points in that. A little bit of downtime here, but identifying this section, smooth click off the top and coming down. So a completed wave, 2 turns out there is the bare minimum. If you can get 2 turns, you're going to go above average or around that average mark. This wave, it's a shame that it didn't have that midsection to hold up, but he makes up for it there. So a beautiful slashing end section turn there for Heitor, and he'll feel great with that. He'll paddle out and be moving with the wind down the beach.
Crawford fades the takeoff there. Crawford eyes the lip, throws the tail, back up, quick feet for Crawford to start off his account. We'll be waiting for that score for Crawford. Crawford yesterday with the highest wave total of the event, a 9.33, so we know the potential that this kid from Haleiwa has.
Yeah, a different board choice today. Conditions diversifying, as we've said just before. You got that wind, it's a westerly wind, breathing itself straight on shore right now, but Heitor up and riding.
Heitor finds this one that doubles up nicely, cupped out face, and he attacks the lip. Smooth rail game here. Cutbacks back and forth, finds a finish, no problem. He's going to back up that 6-point ride, or maybe even eclipse that score. Checking in on his positioning to the beach. Heitor is now going to do the runaround. He's going to take this wave all the way to the beach and do a runaround, paddle out next to the pier where the fast water should take him back out quite quickly.
Yeah, and another thing to note, there's a lot of sand that's been ripped away from the shore there today, Kaipo. So these surfers are doing the runaround. Integral to actually have a set of shoes. As you can see, it looks like a real river mouth type setup with stones lining the sand. So a pretty awkward run, if you ask me. There's not a lot of that clean sand. Bad time of the day to get a stub on your toe. It's still a little bit chilly out there. The sun's out, but the wind's up too. So see him just running over those little rocks there.
So we watched Heitor this morning, actually in the warm-up, and he did this run around a couple times, just to test out the time it would take for him to complete a wave, get to the beach, run around, and paddle back out. The entire lap is about, he did it in an easy pace, took him 6 minutes. We saw Levi Slawson do the runaround earlier, and took him about 4 minutes. So we're going to bank on about 4 to 5 minutes for this runaround and paddle back out to the peak.
And I mean, these guys are super fit. This is what they train for as well. And that current that we're seeing today going from right to the left of the screen down the beach is a testament to just how strong that wind and swell was overnight, which actually removed all the sand that was there yesterday.
What do you think about his path next to the pier on the way out?
This path, I mean, it's the best option for sure, but it's still a little sketchy because the waves are coming all the way through. If you go on the other side, it's actually a detriment. You'll end up going through the pier. So unlike something like we see at Huntington, where you'll usually go to the other side of the pier, today with that northwest swell, it's coming between the pier and across. So it's the only option.
Yeah, you can almost see the water kind of getting drawn out, right? It gets forced out from a little channel on the side of the pier because it's a place that the water can exit.
For sure. And there's a lot of turbulence there, so when you are on a shortboard, you can duck dive. It's a little safe haven next to the pier. We wouldn't recommend it for anybody not confident with their equipment or their abilities. But you can see that is a current that's racing back out there. This is that replay here. So first thing comes to mind is dynamic. Reading these sections really well, changing conditions. And this turn here, great timing, and actually gets a third hit as well. So judges will have appreciated that combination. They are looking for critical maneuvers. And a nice fade there. A hater, wow, and a nice off the top here. So he gets a little sleepy through this section here, but he does really well to stay in the power source, keep activated, and he finishes strong. So for his second wave, another completion.
Yeah, 5.5 on this ride for Heitor Alves to back up his 6-point ride. Shion Crawford, he opened up with a 7.17. So the judges really acknowledging the power and the smoothness and the rail control from Shion Crawford, because it felt to me like Heitor actually got more maneuvers.
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those things where it's quality, not quantity. Wave number 2 for Shion Crawford. Eases through that cut back. Looking for something big. Has to skip a section here. Only foam in front of him. Banks it off the top. Banks it one more time. Really forcing the issue down the line. So Shion's going way down the beach here, and he is going to choose to paddle back out. So that's going to take him a while. So while Shion's paddling back out, let's catch up with our first heat winner of the day, Levi Slawson with Rosie Hodge.
Well, he came out firing, you guys. Levi, we've had a couple calls this morning. How did you what was the preparation going into that one? Because it really is not easy managing your energy when you're the first heat of the day and you kind of put on ice like that a few times.
Yeah, it was a tricky morning here. I didn't really expect it to be as wild and woolly this morning as it was. We held off 2 times and nobody really knew what they wanted to do this morning. We were all kind of just like sitting and waiting, but I've kind of seen this happen a bunch of times here where it's really windy in the morning and then, you know, the offshores swing around mid-morning. So luckily the forecast was calling for that, and I think I got the last clean wave of the day. That was my first wave, so yeah, I'm just stoked to make it through the heat.
Let's talk about that 8.5 because it was so impressive. Tell us about it from your point of view.
Yeah, it was weird. Actually, me and Harley kind of battled for the first wave, but I was in position for it, and he didn't catch it, and I guess technically that's a block, so I got the priority, which was really nice. And then, yeah, the first card felt okay, and then the second turn, I was like, in my mind, I didn't know if I was going to make it because I felt super late, but yeah, luckily I redid my wax last night, and I have a super sticky wax job, so yeah, I was just stoked to make it and kind of surprised myself.
Well, deja vu into finals day again. Drawing any inspiration from last year's event?
Yeah, a little bit for sure. It's a different platform here in Oceanside, so hopefully, yeah, I can bring out a little bit more of my surfing. Felt like I haven't really fully opened up yet. That might have been my first clean heat of the event. So yeah, I think I'm just getting started, and yeah, it's gonna be fun.
We love it. He's got more to give, guys, going into finals day.
Levi Slawson, one of the favorites here and coming into this event, and he's fulfilling that expectation so far into finals day.
Said he surprised himself. I'll tell you what, I'm not surprised. It's actually not too dissimilar to that QS 1000 win back in December at Morro Bay, where we had radical changing conditions throughout the week, offshores, onshores, big and small conditions. He's really proving himself on a very mature, competitive scale.
Yeah, last score we got for Shion Crawford, a 5.53. So Shion got the backup for the 7.17. So he's inching away with the lead over Heitor Mueller. Mueller now needing a 6.71. And Shion taking this left is going to get a little bit of a score on the left with that vertical snap right there. But more importantly, I feel he's kind of given up on the paddle. He's going to use that as a reposition and do the runaround.
And observing the conditions pre-heat and talking to a few competitors, going through a bit of strategy, because that current was really racing this morning. It seemed like the idea was to paddle out against the pier, wait for a left or a right, go down the beach. If you're not all the way on the inside, scoot back out, get another left, and that's exactly what Shion's done right now. He'll go back around, reset, listen to his scores. If his coach, Chris Gallagher's here, he'll have a chat to him, as we saw in that previous heat. Matt Myers doing the same thing with Levi. And just have a 17-minute heat, reset, and start again.
Heitor finds this one, and just a quick in and out. Did not see any potential in that wave, but even on the paddle back out and sitting there, you can see how Heitor's still getting swept down the beach, Matt.
Yeah, as soon as you paddle for a wave, you don't commit to it, it will move you out of the way. And this is that replay. So the judges are looking for big and critical maneuvers today, and they will award single turns. But this one, racing down the line, so nothing of substance yet. This turn here, the key turn, and another one, great flow. So most of the scoring on this end section here, Kaipo, as he makes his way through to the inside, he deems that to be finished, and that's why he was able to scoot back out without too much paddling and get one of those little lefts.
So that was a replay of Shion's 5.53. That was his backup wave. And Heitor Mueller still searching for something. Interesting fact about Heitor Mueller. As he was growing up as a kid, he's a late starter in surfing. He had a phobia of water splashing on his face. So his dad had to help him overcome that phobia. So as a kid growing up in Brazil, even baths and all that stuff, Heitor didn't like water splashing on his face. Wow. So he actually had to overcome that fear, you know, to become the great surfer that he is.
Wow, and that's an interesting fact, because on the other end of the spectrum with a lot of the Hawaiians, you've heard a lot of the Hawaiians, when they talk about surfing, they've just born into it. They're on the beach when they were kids, the sand, you know, the salt in their eyes, and they're immersed in the ocean culture before they even stand up on a board. And in many ways, being comfortable in the ocean is that first element of surfing. Even if it's not wave riding, it's being in the elements.
And example, Shion Crawford paddling back out. He started surfing at age 2. So that's pretty much after you start walking, you're surfing.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a natural evolution. You feel comfortable. That's a really interesting fact that later in life that Mueller's come back into surfing, and he does. I mean, I can see a lot of similarities in his surfing to a lot of the professionals on the tour right now. Very mature approach, very professional approach to his repertoire. And if you can, depending on who he surfed with growing up, you're a product of your environment. So you're immersed with those who you surround yourself with.
Yeah, another fun fact about Shion Crawford, we got him on screen paddling back out, and these are his words. What's a fun fact about you, Shion? He says, I crank on Fortnite, and I eat a lot of his favorite food, karaage chicken.
Wow. That's pretty classic. He's got a good personality for sure.
Well, I love karaage chicken too. It's like Japanese fried chicken.
While playing Fortnite.
Here we go at Heitor. That's what we were looking for from the Brazilian. Big rail carve.
Wow.
Snap there for variety, releasing the fins a bit. Looking for the finish.
Make it.
Can he put it down? And he does, and he feels it. Looking back at the judges, likely to turn the heat with that wave. He just needs a 6.71.
That's that maturity and polish in his surfing I was alluding to before. This is a junior competition. This is the World Juniors, and we are seeing the best in action. And I just can't believe the approach that these surfers are taking, Kaipo. It's so mature in their styles. These surfers all belong on the World Tour. Exciting times ahead.
Giant number for Heitor Mueller, a 9-point ride. Mueller hearing the news, sprinting up the beach. There's all the judges, a flat 9, all in agreement, all the way through the 5 judges, every single one of them giving him a 9.
You can see a pep in his step there. Look how much faster he's running around compared to that first run. And there he is. That's his coach or his dad running beside him right now, giving him a few tips. But the ante has been raised, and you can see there a lot more urgency to get back out. Would have heard that score come across. He'll go out and try and hustle for a priority battle and get rid of that 6-point ride to put more pressure on Crawford.
Xian now needs a 7.84 to advance. He's out there with priority and 13 minutes on the clock.
You know, when you get a good wave, the adrenaline's pumping, you're paddling back out, and you're paddling with an extra pep in your step, a little faster in the stroke, and you can tell that. And Haito was feeling that, getting that 9-point ride, waiting for it. He was in the current, drifting around for quite some time. It was about 10 minutes while he was waiting for another wave of substance, and there it was, a 9-point ride.
Take another look at it here.
All right. So it was a combination of maneuvers, but critical in nature. That one really opening up on that carve, and versatility. Hits the lip line, snaps it there, and this one smashing that foam. And whenever there's a sense of uncertainty and you ride out, you're going to go big, and that's exactly what Mueller did on that wave. The front on angle, the combination of maneuvers, the flow, the power, gauging the rail there. The versatility here, so snapping that one up and lining it up, no pumping, straight into that next turn and ramping off that section. Beautiful surfing there from surfer from Brazil.
Well, we got 12 minutes, 15 seconds, and Xian Crawford needing a very good score of a 7.84. Heitor Mueller just lit it up with a 9-point ride. And it will be the boy from Haleiwa who needs to come back. We'll see if that comeback happens when we return to competition. We're stepping away, but we'll be back with more Heat 2, round of 16 here at Oceanside. Back in Oceanside, Xian Crawford needs a 7.84. He's up and riding, the boy from Haleiwa. Catching a little bit of rail there. Nice carve to make up. Drifting down the line, looking for a big finish. Slams the oncoming section. Pump of the fist, feeling like he got the number. We will see. It's Kai Pogura along with Matt Shanoski, the waxhead, on the call here. Wow. Heitor Mueller, our heat leader. Staying busy out there. Skips through that section. Oh. Lip glide there for Mueller. Looking for more open face. Not going to find it. It's going to be all about Xian's wave, whether he turns the heat. Crawford way down the beach. And a fin bending snap for Xian Crawford for the finish there. So judges got their work cut out for them. And we got our work cut out for us to figure out what the situation is going to be. We got 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the countdown.
Yeah, given the conditions, I can't believe how many waves are seeing ridden in this heat so far. It'll be 5 waves each. And dynamic surfing from both, but I did not see that 9-point ride from Heitor coming in before. I mean, the surfing was there. Amazing power surfing. But just plucking that wave pretty much out of, I mean, lost at sea. He was really struggling to find a location. That wave came through and he met power with power. This is the replay of that one we just came straight back to after the break. So nice opening snap there. Hatches the rail a little bit. Another little, well, really leaning into that turn, and he's telegraphing this end section, and he slams it shut there. Fin bending, board flexing, putting a lot of emphasis on that end turn. And this was the replay of Heitor's wave. This is the 317. Just that single turn there.
So this is the second wave for Shion Crawford. The first one we saw on the replay was a 6.03. We're waiting for this score here, Matt.
Wow. I mean, progressive surfing there and showing the power there from Shion. But the judges today, the message they want to see is major maneuvers in solid outside sections. So when you take that into account, those sections on the inside, although it's looks incredible and it's dynamic, in the scheme of the location, they want to see those maneuvers in the outside section, hence the 9-point ride given to Mueller just 2 waves prior.
Yeah, second wave that we saw, a 5.27. So Shion is still searching for a 7.84. Mueller, you can see, further up the beach and has established priority. So heat control to Heitor Mueller. He's got the lead, and he does have priority on the field. Shion Crawford way to the south, deciding to paddle back out. So we're going to see how that decision goes for Shion. He's not in the shot right now, so he may have come to the beach and run around. If he is paddling back out, he's paddling from way to the south. That's going to eat up some time.
Yeah, interesting to see the strategy that Shion will be implying here. You can see the blustery conditions, really difficult when you're standing on the sand and when you're out in the water to pick what type of wave will be a keeper like that.
Yeah, so Heitor up and out. If someone else was in the lineup, he would have lost priority there. He's likely going to paddle back out and regain priority, so that, no harm there for Heitor Mueller. He'll remain with the heat control.
One of the interesting notes from previous days, a lot of surfers coming in saying their coaches and their strategy was to keep busy. Really difficult to identify the good quality waves. Today, a similar strategy should be implied, but there's a lot more energy that'll be drained from these surfers given that the strength of that current and the runarounds as well.
Sam Peter coming up against Jet Schilling in the third heat of the day. There's Sam strolling up the beach, kicking some sand. And now you can see Shion Crawford where he's at. So this is Shion's a strong paddler, but this decision is really going to, count in the outcome of this heat.
We can see the takeoff section on the far right. See those waves are only halfway out right now. And that's that outside section the judges are looking for. Although these waves further down the sandbar are running nicely. I know it's an amazing sandbar we've had all week, but the judges want to see critical sections, capitalized on the outside. That was in the judging notes, not length of wave, and they're not looking for basically the quality of wave. They're actually looking for the quality surfing on the big set waves.
Well, looking at this lineup right here, and we can see our two surfers in the background. We can see Heitor. In the foreground, we can see Shion. A strategy that Shion may be implying right now is knowing that Heitor having priority. Shion's pretty much in a whole different peak down the beach. Sure. So maybe he just wants to create that distance between him and the surfer with priority and give himself a chance there. You can see him right there. He needs an update.
Yeah, it'll be time. He'll be able to see where he is on priority, obviously. You can see there's a blue and a red indication there in front.
Jet Schilling jogging up the cobblestones here. A lot to be expected from Jet Schilling. Of course, winner of the World Junior Champs. Gets an invite into the Challenger Series this year. Jet Schilling, we're already going to see him there. Finished 15th last year on the Challenger Series. And so we take from spot 11 to 20, automatically get invited into the next year's Challenger Series. So Jet Schilling's already there. We're guaranteed seeing him at the opener at Snapper Rocks, April 27th.
Nothing to lose here today, just to put his name among some of the greats in surfing. Bag a World Junior title. Had a lot of messages from local people. They know that I'm in town, asking this morning, is the event on? They want to get out of work. They want to get out of their commitments, come down and support some of the San Diego and North American surfers. It's always nice to see that support, especially from the locals.
Crawford finding a corner here. Bangs it up the top. Eases a cutback. Wave gets sleepy and Shion kicks out. Not going to be the 7.84 he's seeking. The time is of the essence now on the paddle back out. We're down to just 3 minutes, Matt.
And it was good to see Mueller's made his way back down, looking for Shion. You can see when they took off, they were pretty close to each other, starting to really give some respect to his competitor. Mueller keeping an eye open, knowing that he could get a 7.84 in just 1 or 2 turns, bagging that 9.33 yesterday. That's really good to show that respect to your competitor. Here we go. Bit foamy this one, a little bit flat. Beautiful surfing nonetheless. Great carve, great technique, but that wave just tapering off a little bit. That won't be the 7.84. 2 minutes 30 remaining.
Yeah, last one 3.33, Shion Crawford. And not enough. He's going to have another swing at it, but the main peak being controlled by Heitor Mueller with the lead, with priority, and the time just ticking down. We're nearing the 2-minute warning.
There he is. Mueller's actually going to use his priority on this, looking to get rid of a 6-point ride.
Little hung up there. Makes up for a beautiful carve on his second turn. And a little warble through the rail on turn number 3. We'll see. It's going to be not much, if any, bettering that 6-point ride and extending his lead over Crawford. Shion holding position, and you can see a confused lineup right now, Matt, as well.
Yeah,
where are you going to be in this long-running bank?
I'm sure it's just as difficult out in the water to identify that as well. I think a little mistake there from Mueller. Catching that wave 2 minutes ago didn't improve his situation. Well, still got a score to drop, so maybe. But first impressions were not as dynamic as the 9 and the 6.
Yeah, it was a 5-point ride, so you're right. That was a priority error. And so he gave up his priority, did not improve his position. He's giving a chance now to Shion Crawford, who does have priority. Shion waving, he's going to hear that he's just got a minute. 1 minute remaining to make it happen.
Beach announcer over our commentary set right now, delivering that because they are way down the beach on the other sandbar right now.
Now just 30 seconds for Shion, so he's only going to have a chance of another couple of waves passing him by at the moment. Heitor Mueller paddling shoulder to shoulder with him. One more wave. Heitor is trying to force the issue. Down to 5 seconds, so it's this next one or nothing. Countdown coming through. Clock is off, and it's going to be Heitor Mueller over Shion Crawford. Heitor Mueller moving on into the quarterfinals. He'll be in quarterfinal number 1, coming up against Levi Slawson on finals day. Look at that 9-point ride. We've seen some excellent scores. We'll be seeing some more excellent scores and more. We'll be back right after these messages.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the round of 16 heat number 3 out there for the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. It's Jet Schilling from just right up the road in San Clemente up against Francis, Sam, Peter, Mitchell Salazar here with the great Matt Shonoski. And Matt, it already seems like Jet Schilling opening up his account with a 6.5, taking a very early lead. This kid has a lot to prove here at this event. Lost out in this round early last year, considering his viewpoint of what he's capable of, not only at this level, but also on the challengers. Literally off of the buzzer, gets a 6.5 here.
Right, deep bottom turn, wow. And a massive backside hammer. This one, a little foamy, but majority of points coming from that first turn, showing a lot of commitment on the outside section. A lot of similarities to Levi Slawson's opening wave.
Yeah, and has a lot of hometown crew down here at Oceanside with him from just right up the road, 30-minute drive from San Clemente. He's competed here multiple times, many different times, and the 20-year-old understands this is his last chance to be crowned World Junior Champion. Up and riding again, up and over the section right there, throws the tail a little bit. And with 27 minutes to go, he's going to have a couple of scores on the board. As Sam Peter's still waiting for his opening ride, Matt.
Yeah, and the confidence of Jet in his post-heat interview on day one really indicated his intentions as he was here. He's not here to get second.
Right.
And with that experience that he's had on the Challenger Series, he'll be feeling that hometown support as well. And he's come straight out the gates with a 6.5, showing judges that he's here to put on a show.
And then Sam Peter from Seigneur in France. Hossegor, the area that he surfs, La Gravière, one of his favorite waves. And he's looking right for his first ride too. Has an excellent backhand and a little late to the party right there. Dropped an 8-point ride yesterday en route to a victory over Reed Platenius in our very last heat of the day. And, you know, a kid that's come through the rankings, had to put his junior career on hold on Matt. When it came to exposing himself to the world at the highest level here in competitive surfing, though, has a chance to become World Junior Champion at the biggest event in the world when it comes to junior surfing. We've seen a Frenchman do it before, Maxime Housseneau. On the women's side, Alizé Arnaud, a former champion from France. Schilling up and riding again. Get foam climb to start. Kind of slides the fins right there on the second maneuver. And the kid who ended up 15th on the Challenger Series rankings last year, looking to qualify for the Championship Tour this year. He's going to do the runaround, Matt.
Yeah, sensible.
He's had 4.5 minutes to already get 3 waves underneath his belt. A 6.5, a 2.83 on his previous ride. Have a feeling like this is going to increment his lead by just a bit more.
Tremendous heat structure so far to start. And this backside attack, feeling really confident here. Beautiful bottom turn. That one, a little bit of ferocity on that second turn. And this one foaming out towards the end. But he's going to surf this all the way through, knowing he's going to do the paddle around. And gets a little bit foamy through there. But most of the points that he'll garner on that score will come from that first, second turn combo.
You can feel the intensity in the surfing, though, can't you?
Sure.
Really,
confidence as well.
I mean, when it comes to being the best competitor out there, it's all about self-belief and confidence. And we've talked to it with Rosie many different times over the course of the last few days. And it goes a very long way. You can see it with Levi Slawson. You can definitely see it with Jet Schilling, and now Sam Peter going left. One of the few laps we've seen on this day of competition, and a major maneuver right there.
Yeah.
On the closeout re-entry. 6 minutes have gone by in this one, and it seems like we're going to get a seesaw battle. Lasse Schilling comes through, has a 4.33. Great answer back, though, by the Frenchman in blue.
That was dynamic. First thing came to my mind, and there's the runaround. The tide dropping a little more, Mitchell, so that runaround getting a little easier than what it was just an hour ago in that first heat, where there was a few more of those stones lining the sand. I thought that may have been a little bit of a hazard.
I honestly don't know where those came from either. You go all the way to the jetty, the harbor, you know, a mile up the road. You don't normally see a lot of those over there.
You're right.
And could be coming all the way from San Clemente, even from Camp Pendleton. Yeah. So surprising to see those this morning here, but it was a bit of a difficulty for the first 2 heats of the morning to be able to run around those. Seems much easier now. Still waiting on the score for Peter. A 4.33 the last of Schilling. He's already broken into double digits, 10.83 heat total. Talked about his ranking last year, 15 on the Challengers. Always a great representative of North America when it comes to the junior series. We got a great Frenchman in the water. Drops a 607, man.
Yeah, it was such a great fade. Set up that nice turn and just karate chopping that end section. Just looking at that there. Beautiful. A little slide at the end. Freeing the fins. Great technique. Staying on top of his board. And against the grain left. That left was a little further down the beach than the ones we've seen. I thought the game plan for a lot of these surfers would be taking off on the left towards the pier at the beginning to get a score, then move down the beach. But a lot of them are going right in their opening scores.
And Peter having a look at the right now. Get a positioning on the outside. Trying to make it around this section right here. He's going to kick out. So coming into today, we probably all knew that it was going to be a day of less activity when it comes to waves being ridden. First 2 days, I think an average per surfer, 6-7 waves at the very minimum. Today, I'd be thinking 3, maybe 4. In this heat so far, both surfers already have 3 waves. It seems like it's getting a bit easier to identify a lot of these better waves out there, Matt.
Absolutely. Interestingly to note, I think the turns on that 6.07 for Sam were some of the best turns of this heat or of the morning so far, but the left tapering a little bit and a little bowlier, a little less consequence compared to the rights that really hold their size down the beach. So something to note, the 9-point ride we saw in the previous heat of Heitor, who's going to be coming up very shortly with his post-heat interview, held its size right throughout. So it was the critical nature where he got the 9-point ride. That left, loved the surfing, a 6.07.
15-point heat total for the young Brazilian superstar. He's into the quarterfinals downstairs with Rosie.
Yeah, well, guys, I am surrounded by some heavy-hitting Brazilian surfers. Heitor Mueller, obviously, absolutely went mad in his heat. It was amazing to watch. Victor Bernard right here, he's an amazing surfer, and he's going to help me translate these questions to Heitor. But Heitor, you had amazing heat. The 9-point ride, the best that we've seen. Tell us about that wave.
Eles perguntaram, ela te perguntou como é que foi aquele 9, foi a melhor nota do campeonato até agora, e como é que foi a onda?
Bom, para mim foi incrível, foi um disparo de adrenalina. Eu peguei a onda, dei uma rasgada, dei outra, se não me engano, e uma batida bem forte na junção. E nessa batida eu achei que eu ia errar, mas acabou que deu certo. Os treinos na prainha, onde eu moro, tá muito bom. E é isso aí, estou muito feliz mesmo.
So he was talking about the wave, how he did 2 turns. He barely remembers, but he did 2 turns, and then on the final turn, he kind of like felt the board getting away from him, and he was able to stuck it. He said that his practice in Brazil paid off, and he's stoked to make the heat, and he wants to move on.
And lastly, Heitor, I'm sure there's a lot of Brazilian fans online that would love to hear from you in Portuguese.
Fala, galera. Eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que está na torcida para mim. Eu estou muito amarradão aqui, estou muito feliz mesmo, estou muito very happy. E, bom, vamos com tudo, vamos focado. A prancha está muito boa e eu estou amarradão, felizão, galera. Vamos com tudo para cima.
Parabéns. Also, another note, Victor told me that this is the first time that Heitor had actually surfed this board, you guys. Back to you.
Oh, incredible detail right there, Rosie. Thank you very much, and muito parabéns to the kid from Santa Catarina, Brazil. Mentioned during his hello to all the people in Brazil that reminds him a lot of his home break right there in Florianópolis, Prainha. Also mentioned during his description of the wave, the 9-point ride, got a big shot of adrenaline, and he felt that that was one of the biggest moments of his career so far. And I mean, very well done. You take out Crawford in these types of conditions, you're doing something well, especially with a 15-point heat total.
And that was amazing. Exactly what he alluded to in his post-heat. You could see the adrenaline when he was running along the beach. He did 2 runarounds. The second one, considerably faster with a real hop in his step. You could tell that he'd heard that score come over the sound waves, and he'd got a lot of confidence from that. And at that point, he did need a large score. He needed to go excellent, and that he did, a 9-point ride. So great style. I was alluding to his maturity and his professionalism and great decision-making out there in really difficult conditions.
Especially when you compare it to Levi Slawson's 8.5. To get a 9 after that must have done something very impressive. He did, and he's into the quarterfinals where he's actually going to be facing with Levi. Yeah, brand new board. That's an interesting detail, man.
I like the wax job on it. You can see how far up those bumps were. little charcoal resin tint as well. So a good looking rusty board under the feet of Heitor there. Back into this heat, starting to get really messy and choppy out there, and great decision making from both these surfers to get off to an early start.
And there are a lot of the kids from San Clemente. Cannon Carr to the left. You have powerhouse surfer Jake Davis right there in the middle. And newly minted Championship Tour surfer Cade Matson, who was in this event last year, to the right. We'll be seeing him in a few weeks over at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Cade, a great surfer. Really excited to see him compete not only at Pipeline, clips that he's been posting over at Sunset Beach. Super excited for his debut on the Championship Tour. Look right there by Jet Schilling. He's in second priority. Nothing's going to change. We talked about his accolades. 9th place at this event last year at Seaside Reef. Really wanted to win there, especially at a good left-hander like Seaside. Had 2 incredible results on the Challenger Series, though. 3rd place finish at the first event on the Gold Coast. 9th place over at the U.S. Open, where we saw him compete there. Great run. And then just overall 15th place on the Challenger Series for the 20-year-old out of just up the road in San Clemente.
Yeah, the Gold Coast result, that's a huge one. And going over to the Gold Coast, it's an interesting time for a lot of the surfers. You know, one of the first events that they'll surf throughout the year, and to showcase their skills in, I mean, the Gold Coast is an easy place to be distracted. Yeah. To bring your A game there and to surf against, quite literally, the world's best and amongst so many world champions. It can either make or break you. We've seen a lot of surprising performances over the years, and to get a 3rd place there must have been really a confidence boosting for Jet.
Yeah, and especially on the backhand too, given how small it was. Not easy to stand out at all. And now shifting gears towards Peter. This kid's been surfing for a long time. 19 years now. Started surfing at 1 year of age. His dad, Didier, one of the premier coaches not only in France but in Europe, been alongside him his entire career. Traveling with him at this event right here, and coming from that part of southwest France, tend to surf a lot of beach breaks like this, especially in the afternoon.
I think it's very much like this.
Yeah, and I think the one biggest factor that is comparable is actually the glare that we see in the afternoon here with the southwest of France.
Mentioned in his post heat yesterday, the tides as well. That wouldn't shake you. You go down to the beach at 3-4 hours afterwards, and you'll see the waves breaking 200 feet further away than what they were in the morning. And the glare, exactly right. But hey, you can always surf you can always do the 8 p.m. surf.
That's true if you would like. Well, Sam Peter, the Frenchman, looking for a 4.77 off of Jet Schilling, who has a 4.33 as his backup right now. The Battle of the Goofy Footers going on out there at Southside Oceanside Pier. Be right back. A great start to 2023 over on the Gold Coast for Jet Schilling on the Challenger Series. Ended up with the 15th place on the rankings at the end of the season. But getting a good result over on the Gold Coast, nothing short of impressive, Matt, when it came to his semifinal finish. You look at the way he performed over at the U.S. Open, and 9th place over there in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, and you just feel like that was a well-deserved result, and it's been coming for a long time. He's been on the tip of everyone's tongue in San Clemente for a long time. A standout there at Lowers, and any given day you go down there, and he's one of the standouts, and he has been for the last 5 years.
Very quick, rapid-fire kind of surfing from Schilling. Had a look at that. He was one of the 2 people that really wanted to compete today, too. Brian Robbins, our tour manager here for North America, alongside with our event director, Darren Brilhart. They were watching conditions all morning long, making a tough decision whether to go on hold or to run today. And both Levi and Jet were saying, hey, you run us when it's flat, you might as well run us when it's big and bombing out there, too. And Jet was just very antsy to be able to get out there in the water. He's one of those guys that is either 0 or 100, Matt, and he truly emphasized a lot of what he's been able to do with precautionary tales of what you could potentially be seeing on the Championship Tour at the very end of this year, too. Have a feeling like he's going to have another standout year on the Challenger Series. Might even see his first win, too.
Yeah, and I love the confidence in his interview the other day where he said he does feel like he belongs on there and he wants to be on there. To actually verbally commit to that is a huge step forward. You see a lot of people after in their post-heat interviews, they're a little bit shy and a little bit, keeping their cards close to their chest, but to actually go out there and make that statement is very important. It's self-belief, right?
Absolutely. Same thing with Sam Peter, too. I mean, he was trailing the entire heat against Reed Platenius up until the last 10 minutes. And next thing you know, goes ballistic with an amazing gear, drops an 8.0, backs it up with a 6-point ride, takes out the win, and is in here in the round of 16 now. Still needs a 4.77, something close to a 5-point ride. Not a huge requirement by today's standards, Matt, but seems like the wind has definitely picked up a little bit more, and finding those quality waves, those clean waves, being a bit more difficult now.
We just saw Sam going over the top of a wave just before, looking down the line, sort of eye off potential. And often when you're surfing a rip bowl or a place where there's a lot of current, you know that every time you paddle, you're actually going to be swept further away from where you actually need to be. So it's a frustrating predicament when you're out there surfing, and you've got 10 minutes 40 to make a decision. These guys do have to pull the trigger, and it is a testament to how good and professional, how fit they are as well. See that current really starting to, not only the side shore sweep, but the actual rip that's running out as well. So they've got 2 different dynamics to deal with.
2 different major elements, right? That are main components of surfing, too.
You want to find a nice clean face as well, not the bumpy one. You want to have a nice chip shot into it so you can choose your maneuvers.
I think that's where we've seen most excellent scores today so far. The 9.0 of Mueller, the 8.5 of Levi Slawson.
There's Sam looking down there. He's looking to the left of his shoulder.
And Schilling always on the deeper end of where Peter is. I'm interested to see if that's a tactic of wanting to force to go him on a poor wave. Usually when you have priority and you're having the lead over somebody else, you want to be on their outside. Not in this case, though. You're in the lead. You have second priority. You have a low score as your backup of 4.33. Probably thinking to himself, okay, add some more pressure by being on his inside. Have him be forced to look at me the entire time and maybe commit a mistake that I can potentially provoke.
Yeah, a little bit of gamesmanship there, absolutely, and just trying to bait your fellow surfer into taking something. People out there tuning in right now who aren't savvy competitors or maybe never even put on the jersey, you can liken it to somewhere where you've got that unofficial priority, that hierarchical local priority at a surf spot, where it's that that rule where if you paddle for a wave, back of the line, son. And it's the same thing here. As soon as you look at a wave, you lose that priority. You hand it back over to the other surfer.
It was funny when I was looking at social media, Instagram this morning, to be able to see if we were on, if we had made the official call yet. As there is Ryan Kaialo. He's going to be coming up against Luke Thompson, the South African, in the next heat. Great surfer coming out of Brazil in the blue jersey right there. Skipped the elimination round, had a great opening round of competition. Highly competitive surfer, coming off of an ISA gold medal too. Right there at home in Brazil. And we're going to be seeing him in just over 8 minutes to go. The point I was making, though, Matt, is that you get to a point in your career, especially as a junior, that a lot of these kids have gone through a lot of different programs. I mentioned that Peter's been surfing for 19 years. On social media, a lot of these people calling these rights that we saw this morning O-Bay in reference to Jeffreys Bay. And Sam Peter's still looking left, and I think that's one thing I really admire about a kid like this is that he's not afraid to bring a different perspective into a style of surfing that we normally see in competition. Broke out yesterday with the one big air, literally in the last heat of the day. An explosive surfer, creative, and I think most importantly, when you're going up against Jet Schilling, you need to bring something that is much more dynamic than what you're going to see just in regular competition.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice of priority, just also showing how difficult it is to find a little corner out there. But he also knows that if that had faced up a little bit more and given him a bit more of a dynamic end section, he would have got that 4.77 because that score came in. Only a 3.33.
Yeah, so it does replace his low score, but still not enough for the lead. And at this point of the competition, you're not looking to replace your low score if you're in second, Matt.
It felt like he was almost ramping up for an air there, right? You could see him telegraphing that, but the section came at him probably a little faster than he intended. And that's why he had to do just that. Well, in a free surf situation for the average surfer, that's a terrific turn. But by his standards, that was just a nice, clean end section.
And by the standards of the event, I mean, to get an 8 out of these 5 judges up there this week has been a tough task. And Schilling knows that too. I mean, he's only competed twice, skipped the elimination round in the round of 16 right now, and been very efficient when it comes to his wave selection so far. Has 5 waves, 2 of them real minimal scores. We call them offers, anything that's in the 0-point range, just in and outs. And he's had those 2 waves under Peter's priority, really just trying to catch them to force a mistake by Sam. And he didn't even have to force a mistake as Sam caught the 3.33 on his last, shifted priority over to Schilling, and now it's 6 minutes to go. A 5. I'd have to say it's almost even harder to find a 5-point ride out there than it is an excellent score, Matt.
Yeah, not many of those sets are really showing their self. I mean, it's a testament to their heat structure, as I alluded to at the beginning of the heat, where they started so early and got some of those scores on the board. I mean, and Jet with the 6.5 and a 4.33, there's been no other waves of significance for Jet in that last 15 minutes.
Well, he's looking at this, though. A frothy one on the inside for Schilling. Comes around the corner there. Get a bang to start things off. Real difficult wave to ride, though. Gets a little hung up on the second. And looking to see if he can improve on the 4.33 or not. Just over 5 minutes to go. Priority shifts over to Peter now. Still needing at least a 4.77. That is if Schilling does not improve on his 4.33.
And he's opting for the paddle back out too. So interesting time here for Jet. He wouldn't have enough time to make it back out and put any pressure onto Sam. So the ball really is in Sam's court now. If he can capitalize, it's only a marginal 4.77 by today's standards, but he needs the wave.
And having a look at this here, gonna let it go, and still waiting on the score of Schilling. And an interesting choice, because we saw a few people yesterday commit to just holding on to priority towards the very tail end of their heats. They didn't want to make a priority mistake or give their opponents an opportunity to get their scores necessary.
Free surfer.
Just a free surfer down the line. Some beautiful surfing. I think that's Vaughan getting ready for his heat later today. And just getting some good opportunities right there in the free surf area. A little bit towards the south. 4 minutes to go, and score for Schilling coming through right now. It's right around whether or not he improves, and just under a 4.23. So when it comes to the context of the heat, how slow it's been, Matt, only 2 good scores so far, the 6.5 and the 6.07. As you see Luke Thompson right there, he's about to paddle out. Matchup against Ryan Kaialo coming up. Was that the right decision to make at that point of the heat?
Yeah, I think it was. The conditions deteriorating a lot. Unfortunately, it was a lot foamier than he anticipated. But I mean, conditions are changing. You could say a priority error, but at this point in time, 3 minutes 20, there's still enough time to apply some pressure. But he did need to try and get rid of that 4.33. A mistake? I don't think so. Just the waves deteriorated. He gave himself that opportunity. It just the wave let him down.
And this is usually the round where we see a lot of people struggle.
It is.
8 heats, you go into the quarterfinals. Yep. That's usually the round where you're seeing a lot of people either really make a run towards the final and win, or people that are just kind of cruising within the event.
Yep.
And Schilling does not want to lose here, but neither does Peter. I mean, he had a great run on the regional tour for Europe. Been waiting a long time to compete in this event, though. Wanted to make it here. Has his shot. And he's 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from being eliminated by one of the local surfers in the event. A 4.77. It's a tough score to get out there right now.
It is. Channeling Andy Irons and Rob Machado are his favorite surfers. What a great combination. Savvy competitors, but also really smooth, great technique, and you can see elements of those surfers in his attack. And at this point in time, he's going to be needing to pray to the surf gods that he gets an open face, something with a dynamic end section. If it's a left, we know he's going to go to the air, or he can go to the air. If it's a right, he only really needs 2 strong re-entries, but the wave needs to cooperate.
1 minute 45. See a lot of shades of Machado in his style. Andy Irons, the OG World Junior Champion in 1998. And what a moment it would be for him to get a victory 25 years after Andy won his original World Junior Championship. Peter up and riding here on another left, had a 6.07 on his best ride. That was a left too. Needs a 4.77 here. That wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Through the tail in the second section. A real tough wave to surf, and did as well as he could have. Just over a minute to go, Matt. Priority now with Jet Schilling. He's still looking to improve on his 4.33.
Now, keeping in mind, this camera angle does flatter the waves a little bit. If you look at the drone angle, it's, believe it or not, a little more realistic because you can get an indication of what that wave is doing down the line. This is a real condensed camera angle. It looks fantastic on the camera. First impression, it was a smaller wave, great surfing. He did exactly what he needed to do, no mistakes. Great wave selection, but we'll have to wait and see where the judges go with it. They are looking for the dynamic outside section, critical surfing, putting it all on the line, but there's some set waves coming in.
And it seems like Schilling, with priority, he's going to try to be on this one right here. Doesn't want to leave anything up to chance. 25 seconds to go. Up and riding now. Setup turn right there into the lip. Much better for the second one. And his low score of 4.33. And now Peter on the outside. He's up too. In and out for him. 10 seconds to go. And it might be coming down to that previous exchange. As Peter, he's not going to have another shot at this one, Matt. And his previous ride does come through. Either way, it's not enough. Peter gets a 4.43. So regardless, if Jet Schilling improves on his 4.33, he's going to be moving through into the quarterfinals here in Oceanside.
Wow. So this is that drone angle here. And yeah, so that gives you an indication. The wave's a little foamy, wasn't overly critical. And this angle here, very flattering. I feel that wasn't a heavy section. It was a little softer, but the surfing was there. The wave just didn't cooperate.
And here's the replay of the last of Schilling. 4 points for this one, doesn't improve, but very consistent surfing throughout the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Conditions deteriorating. These surfers had tremendous heat structure at the beginning, starting off with a bang. The best 3 waves of the heat were surfed in the first 3 waves of the heat within the first 5 minutes. So great performance from both surfers.
Strong stuff by Jet Schilling. He's moving through into the quarterfinals. Real exciting stuff here at the SAMBAZON World Juniors. Be right back. An outstanding matchup in the round of 16. Halfway through the round, Luke Thompson faces off against Ryan Kaialo at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Pleased to be right here in Oceanside, California. Mitchell Salazar with the one and only, the multi-talented former CT surfer Rosie Hodge. Luke Thompson in the red, fellow South African. Ryan Kaialo, the young superstar from Brazil. He's in the blue, Rosie. We got a clash of styles out there.
I love this. I loved watching Luke yesterday in the elimination round. He put on a great show against fellow South African. And then Ryan in the opening heat, he won his heat. So this is the second time that we're seeing him surf, and he seems super confident. Caught up with him after his heat. Yeah, he just seems to have matured a lot.
Oh, yeah.
In the last couple of years.
And still very young, only 18 years of age, too. Seems like we got a couple of scores, Rosie. A 1.43, a quick one for Luke Thompson.
So this is the 1.43 from Luke. Just a quick in and out there.
Then a 6.5 here for Ryan Kaialo, coming out guns blazing.
Yeah, Ryan found this nice little wave with a great line on it. Wow, super cool to watch him mix it up. I think that was, he's going through the motions on that wave. He's had a couple nice sections. Then he throws the fins like that. It's a really risky, high risk, high reward kind of surfing.
No doubt, and especially with the wind picking up a lot more, gonna be even harder to do a lot of those aerial maneuvers that we're seeing out of Kaialo. Thompson, though, he had a great performance yesterday against the other Luke Lepron in that heat. Great one. And unfortunately, the two South Africans had to meet up in the elimination round, but had an 8.33, a single air, and just a real kind of punk-style kid. You look at him, real nice, solid attitude. When it comes to his surfing, though, he is sporadic and very spontaneous.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that have just kind of burst onto the international scene. I feel like he got a wild card into the Jeffreys Bay event by virtue of being the highest-rated South African on the Challenger Series, qualifying series. And that happened just at the Bolito Pro, mere days before the J-Bay event started. Wow, big turn.
Kaialo, once again, he already has a 6.5, and he was one of the few people that paddled out right before we made the call, too, Rosie. Paddled out at around 9:45, 10, I'd say. Caught one wave, came in, did the runaround. When he made it back out, he caught two stellar waves back-to-back, and I feel like he was one of really key components of why they actually ran the event today with these kind of conditions. Thompson, though, with the answer back. That is some beautiful stuff right there from the young South African. 19 years of age, originally from Durban, now resides in Cape Town, and making SA proud, Rosie. 25 minutes to go here.
There are so many home breaks that Luke would be coming from that would feel so similar to what Oceanside is serving up here today. So many days in Durban when it's onshore at the piers and the waves got a little bit of thump to it like it does today. It's finding and hunting those bowly sections. That's a part of the fun back home. As we watch Ryan, I really love this one maneuver option, throwing that tail up there. And on these bigger waves and the more critical sections, the judges are really loving it. So we'll see what that number comes in at. I really enjoyed Luke's approach on this wave, waiting at the bottom there to meet that lip line. The two-turn combo. So I would say that two-turn combo is potentially going to be the best of the heat, and right behind that is going to be that one-turn option from Ryan. I really like that approach from Ryan. See what the judges say, though.
Yeah, 5.5 for the backup of Kaialo. Feel like well scored. Could have gone into the sixes, maybe touching it. But that's a keeper score for today's standards. You make it into the 12-point range, which he's already broken into. That's a good result to have in conditions as tricky as this, Rosie.
Oh, for sure. And to have this quick back-to-back transition with both of those scores, that's such a smart heat strategy, and probably something that that is premeditated on his part. He went out there with that game plan, get two quick scores and build from there.
And both of these kids sophomores, by the way, when it comes to this event. They both competed last year at Seaside Reef. They lost out in the early rounds, though. Thompson, he's out for redemption. Wants to win the event. Wouldn't have to do the regional QS. And Kaialo, well, he's a superstar in the making. Machinoski downstairs with a very happy Jet Schilling into the quarters.
Jet, you're already on that Challenger Series. You have nothing to lose here. How was that heat for you out there right now?
I surfed, to be honest with you, I surfed a really bad heat. Wasn't stoked on that one at all, but stoked to make it through and get another chance. And yeah, the waves are tricky, the current's gnarly, and I was just lucky to squeak through that one.
Well, it looked like your heat strategy was on point, starting really early. Was that something you talked about with your coach or your friends on the beach beforehand?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I've been trying to start off with like 6s and above is what I've really been trying to work on lately. So, but it's so hard. I don't know. I just really bad heat for me.
And the runaround on that third wave, you came in. Tell us, was the rocks any issue? It's pretty bizarre here to have those pebbles on the inside.
Yeah, they're gnarly too. I stubbed my toe for sure, but it's all good.
Yeah. All right, and moving into the next few days, are you going to take some confidence out of that win or go reset, free surf? What's the plan?
Just shout out all my San Clemente boys for helping me out, and we're going to go to State Park and run some heats.
All right, straight on it. You heard it from Jet Schilling into the next round. Back to live action.
Thank you, Matt, and congratulations to Jet. I feel like he's being a bit too hard on himself, Rosie. I mean, he's already into the quarters, at least bettered his result that he had last year. But given what he said in his opening round interview, he really wants to win this thing, and performances like that, he feels like it's not going to be enough.
I think he's measuring himself against the rest of the field too. Like he saw the heats previous to his where everyone, he had that 9 for Hator just before Levi was dropping the 8.5. So I think that's where it comes into play, where he wants to be getting excellence. He's going to have a 20-minute car ride back home to San Clemente. Probably have that little bit of inner dialogue with himself. I wonder if he's going to wear his wetsuit home and go run heats at State Park. Why get out of it?
Well, it is straight on shore too, so it'd be great practice if we were to see conditions like this in the quarterfinals. At this point, wintertime, oceanside, south side of the pier, you never know, Rosie, and he knows that he has to be prepared for any kind of conditions out there, and I think that's something that's very admirable by a lot of these junior surfers. They go out there, they know how to compete, which is very difficult to do in a time frame like 30 minutes at a place that is so broad and it changes so quickly, like a beach break like this.
Definitely. I think, not just the surfing has impressed me at this event, but also the maturity in the competing styles. Like having the ability to chat with the coach and really absorb constructive criticism and make those quick changes in your game plan. Because this is a week-long contest.
Right.
It's a little bit of a marathon. I mean, look at the different conditions that we've seen over the last 3 days, and it's going to continue to change as we head into the weekend. So there's so much to contemplate, and it's great to watch all of these surfers compete and how they take on that challenge.
A 6.5 and a 5.5 is enough for the lead at the moment for Ryan Kaialo. Kid from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Luke Thompson has the best score of the heat. A 6.73, a beautiful combo on the forehand. Needing a 5.27 at the moment, but this guy on screen has something to say about that. Throws the tail into reverse. And a lot of great surfers from the area where he's from. Strong finish right there for the kid from Ubatuba. Feeling right at home here at Southside Oceanside Pier. Thompson now seems like just the one car for Luke. Was needing a 5.27 before that last wave of Ryan though, Rosie. And I have a feeling like this kid has just been on a tear when it comes to competition. Done very well in both the regional QS, the junior series in South America. There's a reason why he's right here, won the ISA Juniors, the gold medalist in the U18s just a few weeks ago. And Kaialo wants to be one of the select few Brazilians that has been a world junior champion in the past.
I mean, that wave that's going to be the best wave of the heat, no doubt. And yeah, Luke's got to take this time where he's alone in the lineup and really utilize it, because Ryan might be away for about 4 minutes as he does the run around and paddle back out. But Ryan, man, he's been impressive as we look back at this wave. Look at this little chip shot wedge that he gets into. Spins that board around straight into transition. Watch that shift of the back foot back onto the tail pad as he lands that maneuver, and then straight into that hook. So 2 really good moves. A little bit of downtime in between both of them, but they were solid. And then Luke behind. Tell the difference in quality of waves from Ryan's to Luke's. No big sections to sink his teeth into.
Couple of carves right there on the forehand for Thompson. And waiting on the score that seems to be impactful towards the heat from Ryan Kaialo. He's done the runaround twice already. So energy levels for him, not really a concern whatsoever. Already had a free surf this morning too. He seems like he is in great shape. Thompson, though, he might be finding clear water. And he's up and riding now. Frothier wave ahead. A lot of speed, much better right there. Brings it down with the wrap. Into the lip once more, throws the tail. Oh, and a bit of a fall right there towards the end, Rosie. It seems like he was on his way to a good score.
Yeah, when I'm looking at, you know, the arc of Luke's heat, thinking back to that 6.73, potentially could he have hit those sections a little harder, especially that end section, just to juice the score a little bit more. I think now, as you're watching him surf, he's definitely putting a little bit something extra into each turn. That one, just that wrap. But as he eyes off this section, you see him drift that tail and really stamp it.
And I feel like that would have been something that would have gotten him back into the heat, too. Another angle here, Rosie, the fall right at the end.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. I mean, you see his body's kind of leaning over that stringer. He's not centered over it. And that little part of the wave is so tricky. There's a lot of undulation underneath him.
How many waves do you think you had during your competitive career that you nearly rode out from the whitewater but never fully did, and you like tried to sell it? You're like, yeah, I pulled it.
They keep you up at night, Mitch. Like, oh, so close.
Those are the ones. Going left now is Thompson. Kind of a radical combo right there on the backhand. A little late on the second one, but very difficult section. That wave stood up a lot more than a lot of the other lefts we've seen today so far.
Yeah, I liked it. It was dramatic. I think the late hit, the late hit when that lip is coming at you, that drama creates a bit of excitement.
And adds an extra element for the judges, too. Their spontaneity gets creative. Very difficult wave to surf right here. Looking at the drone angle, Rosie.
Yeah, nice to see a little left-hander go with a two-turn combo. We haven't seen too many lefts come into play today. This front-on view. Wow, look at that bowly section. Quick in transition, even though there's a lot of froth on the face, and he rides out clean.
That was tough to do. I mean, to be able to fit in two maneuvers like that in a great sequence, too. Still riding the swallowtail is Thompson from Smith Shapes.
Graham Smith was here in the contest area, and that's so cool. Graham and Jordy were part of the Smith Shapes company back home. They giving back to all the upcoming talent. You'll see a lot of the South African surfers on the Smith Shapes.
There's Mitch Dupree, competitor at this event. He's giving him some good props. Running alongside the beach, and we got a situation change, Rosie. Thompson takes the lead with a 6.1 right there on screen. He saw the scores, went up all the way to a 6.8. You throw away the high and the low, and he moves up into first in what is a very close heat, 12.83 to 12.67 of Kaialo.
I like the determination because Luke, he took off on a couple of those right-handers. They didn't quite eventuate. He fell on that one big turn, and then to sniff out that left-hander and find that score, very impressive.
And I like what I'm seeing so far in this one. Both of them really going for it. I mean, Kaialo surfed a perfect heat up until this moment. He's throwing away a 5.5. Maybe just needs to be a little bit riskier, Rosie, I feel. At this point, to beat Thompson, to break the 6-point mark, might need to be going up for something a little bit more radical, and I think that's why Luke got the score right there on the left. Just a moment of brilliance right there for a wave that didn't really seem like it had a lot of potential down the line.
Yeah, I really like the 617 of Ryan. I think maybe the only thing that handbrake that score was that little bit of downtime between the two turns.
14 minutes, 20 seconds to go. It's Ryan Kaialo who is trailing, needing a 6.34 to take the lead away from the South African Luke Thompson here at the SAMBAZON World Juniors. Been a fun day of competition so far, and we are halfway through the round looking at our best Western fan picks for heat number 4 of the round of 16. Pretty even out there, Rosie, but the nod goes slightly to the South African Luke Thompson, 57% of the fans in his favor in this one.
Ooh, that's a nice little stat. Some people online, I know it's pretty late at home in South Africa. Everyone probably tuning in to watch. It's 11:25 p.m.
That is quite late, but you gotta watch the world's best surfers at a certain point of time, right? Thompson, his biggest supporter, his mom, always credits her with being the one person that has given him the extra push, extra little bit of motivation when it comes to finances, has helped him out too. You know, parents, underrated when it comes to developing a lot of these great surfers, great athletes. And every time I go to one of these smaller events, these amateur events that we have here on the West Coast and in the U.S., I always remind a lot of these young kids to thank their parents, Rosie, because right now they don't really appreciate the kind of effort that goes on behind the scenes. I know you're a mother now too, but that is the most difficult job in the world. Raising kids like this, it's tough, and Thompson very appreciative of his mom.
Yeah, and I think becoming a mom, I have a whole new appreciation for stuff my parents did for me, and you don't really realize it, like you said, in the moment, but you look back and you're like, oh, that they really did sacrifice quite a lot for me to be where I am today.
Kaialo, same thing for him. Comes from a working class family in Sao Paulo. Great kid, amazing surfer, as you can see. He's in contention in this one. Needs a 6.34 with a third of the heat still to go, Rosie, at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. It's been a fun event so far, a real fun day of competition. Seen quite a few excellent scores, despite the tough conditions out there. And Kaialo wants to drop his own one in this heat too. Great start on this wave. Big snap in the pocket. Strong tempo on this one, and amazing pacing as he throws the tail again. I just love the way he has that whippy turn right at the end of a lot of these maneuvers, Rosie. And a beautiful finish right there with 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Needs one of his best rides, a 6.34 to move up into the lead.
Yeah, he looked mad about being relegated into second place position there. Could tell from that first turn. Just that whip, just that stab. I like the way that he waited on the bottom to meet that lip line and then faded back into the whitewater to stay tight in the pocket, because this wave had that taper to it on the shoulder, but that nice bowly section as this tide is starting to drain out. And then even just to get to that inside section with all the foam on the face, it was a really great wave. These ones are fun when it's super windy like this, to find a wave that's kind of sheltered just by virtue of it being that lower tide and the way that it's running on the bank. It kind of overpowers the wind. So Ryan's wave selection has been great in this heat, I feel.
And you mentioned that little extra bit of the wave too. That hop right there can be tricky. It goes real flat. All of a sudden you need to generate speed. And it seems like he is on his way to getting the best score of the heat, Rosie, with 8 minutes and 25 seconds to go, needing a 6.34. And it looks like he is going to move way up into first, a 7.5, and now forces Luke Thompson to get a 7.28. Goes all the way up to a 7.8, the 6.8, and that one thrown out, and the average comes through as a 7.5, near excellent score.
Yeah, I'm liking this back and forth between the two surfers. Definitely keeping it interesting for us. Probably tense moments now as we head into the last 8 minutes. But 8 minutes, 7.28 is what's required. Luke has the priority.
And I love this matchup coming up. Reigning and defending World Junior Champion Jarvis Earl won right here in San Diego County last year, just down the road at Seaside Reef in Encinitas. And that is Monojo Yahagi, who had a strong performance yesterday afternoon. Yahagi Airlines is what we're calling him now, the 20-year-old out of Japan. And a lot of people haven't seen Jarvis Earl really take to the air when it comes to competition, Rosie. But make no mistake, he is one of the best aerialists in the world in his age group.
And the conditions just
once again,
pretty
Ryan, your last wave,
well, that kind of repertoire. And both of these guys, I'd love to see them go
7.5, last of
just
you,
air for air. But yeah, it's been fun watching all of these juniors compete. We were picking some of our surprises, and Monojo was one of the guys that kept coming up this morning as a dark horse to watch.
And given that it is larger, it's much harder to actually throw an air in a wave like this. But I have a feeling like we're going to see him get a double up, and he's going to at least try to punt a few of those in his heat. 6:30 on the clock right now between Kaialo and Thompson. And you mentioned how fun this heat has been, how fascinating it's been to see them go back and forth. It's almost like a tennis match out there, as Kaialo now has a strong bottom turn right there on this left. Beautiful opening carve, a second gorgeous turn, and an eclectic finish, Rosie. He loves it. 6 minutes to go and looking to improve on a 6.5. The kid cannot make a mistake. He's throwing away a 5.5 and a 6.17 right now.
Just a really smart heat from him. I mean, I can't fault that last ride. There was that moment there on that second turn where he kind of got a little sticky on the rail, but the finish was clean. And it's, you know, looking at Luke's best, second best ride, the 6.10, that left-hander.
Yeah.
That seems to be exactly where Ryan was able to capitalize on that little peak.
That part of the beach right there.
That part of the beach, yeah.
Yeah, and he's going to do the runaround for the third occasion in this heat. I'm telling you, fatigue is not a factor for him, Rosie. He's well prepared. Seems like he's asking somebody on the beach whether or not, if he's in the spot, throwing a shaka. Seems like he's cool.
Yeah, I was standing next to him. A little sip
getting
of water.
some water, yeah.
But watch this. So this first maneuver, he kind of waited on the bottom there, waiting for the precise time to hit it. That's where I just mentioned he got a little bit stuck on the rail, but that ending maneuver was so tack sharp.
And
Man, this was unbelievable surfing. This front-on view is really going to give us, ooh, that was insane. One of the best maneuvers of the heat. And again, another one of the best maneuvers on one single wave. So I think this is going to be the high mark, quick drink of water, quick check-in with the coach. But standing next to him at the step and repeat, I was like, wow, he's grown. He's
a tall dude,
Yeah, he's 6'1".
Yeah, he's a tall kid and drops the first excellent score of the heat, too. An 8.33. And now Luke Thompson with a little over 4 minutes, Rosie, needing a 9.1 to retake the lead. So had slightly distanced himself from Luke in this heat. Thompson was needing something in the 7s. And a game changer, an 8.33. Found it under priority, out of position almost, you would say, but in the same area where Thompson found his left of the 6.1. You know, competition, it brings out the best in everybody. And I know Thompson has a lot of competitive experience, was on the Challenger Series for the entire season last year. But this kid has just been on a roll, Rosie. Mentioned the ISA gold medal that he has on the QS regionally, did junior circuit, even competed in a few continental events, the Alas as they are known, right there in El Salvador. He just wants to get as much experience in a jersey as he can. It seems like it's paying off right now.
Yeah, that left-hander was a gift. Like you said, he wasn't, he essentially part of the game plan, watching him go on all the right-handers that he's had on the paddle back out. Swung and found that one. So I'm sure Luke's going to be sitting out there and just with get that little bit of a jolt of adrenaline when he hears that he needs a 9.10. Got to get to work.
And the judge even threw a 9 at that wave too. And what's so impressive about it, he's caught 5 waves. He's throwing away a 5.5, a pair of 6s. He hasn't fallen on a single ride so far, Rosie. 5 waves in 28 minutes. That's got to mean something when it comes to consistency and just maturity at this level for an 18-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it, building house in surfing, but like building on each score and improving and really recalibrating as he's hearing scores drop in.
Well, he's built a mansion in this heat, I can
Yeah.
tell you that.
Crystal Castle.
Couple of condos right here on the beach in Oceanside. 2 minutes to go, and not to say that Thompson is out of this whatsoever. Needs a 9.1, more than capable of getting the score. Had an 8.33 yesterday. Great air reverse into a turn. Beautiful combination, but really needs to get things going here. 2 minutes to go, Rosie. At this point of the heat, you hear the beach announcers. You know what the requirement is. At what point do you just say, okay, this is the wave. I need to be going on something, and I need to present my best surfing.
I think more than that, it's just having to surf for excellence. It's almost harder to surf for like a 2 or a low scoring ride than it is just going ham and just knowing that you need a 9 and just sending it. 1.5 minutes remaining. It's going to take a certain type of wave though, Mitch, to get that 9.10. So
After a while, you know what a 9 and an 8 feels like, don't you? When you surf it, you're like, that's excellent. I know how I felt. A 2 or a 3, that's like something. It's like, do I do a single turn? What kind of turn do I do? Do I do a foam climb? But right now, he's needing something in the 9-point range, and with 60 seconds to go,
he's in
seems
a little
difficult.
bit of, yeah, he's in a little bit of a rip there. Can he find some clean water?
50 seconds, splash the water right there. Just wants a chance. And I'd love to see him just take to the air and have an attempt at one of those big rotations that he presented yesterday. I mean, you see his online presence on social media. The kid rips. He knows what he's doing in the jersey, too. Last event of the Challenger Series, got a 9th place finish. Lost out to one of the people that actually qualified for the championship tour. I believe it was Crosby Colapinto over there in Saquarema. And with 20 seconds to go, Ryan Kaialo, well, he is looking good to move into the quarterfinals, Rosie. And wants to be a World Junior Champion at the end of this one. He would join the likes of De Souza, Medina, and Pablo Paulino as former champions at this event.
Caio Belli.
Yeah. Lucas Vicente, one of the more recent ones, too. And it's just going to be an in and out right there for Ryan Kaialo as Luke Thompson runs out of time. A superstar performance by the young Brazilian surfer in the blue jersey. We're going to be seeing Luke Thompson hopefully on the Challenger Series in 2024. A lot more action to come up. Jarvis Earl taking on Manojo Yahagi here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
Spinning the clock back to a year ago at Seaside Reef, an epic swell for the 2022 World Junior Championships. And Jarvis Earl made Cronulla proud, ripping Goofy Foot, Rosie, making a name.
Making a name for himself. Winning a World Junior title will do that. I mean, Jarvis Earl must be coming in with so much confidence into this event, defending world champ. kind of flew under the radar in the earlier rounds and then peaked when he needed to. Surfing against Levi Slawson in that final. Great to see all the Aussie support.
A few oi-oi-ois on the beach there, and a world title for Jarvis Earl. Can he go back-to-back? Hasn't been done yet. We'll see if this is his year. He's got a challenge to make it to finals day in the way of a surfer that's making a name for himself through some spectacular progressive performances. Manojo Yahagi representing Japan. So we are on, got the word from Brent Power over at Channel Islands. Jarvis Earl, he's riding a Channel Islands Fever Roundtail, same as last year. So same model, everything as last year. So he's going with proven equipment, some of his favorite stuff.
The good mojo of that board from last year. And, you know, with those, that model and the rounded pin will definitely have that rocker to stay in the critical section. Similar to Seaside Waves, projecting out and up into that lip. I'm sure we're going to see that similar approach here at Oceanside.
Manojo Yahagi on JS surfboards. And there is Yahagi. He made a splash in the last round, the elimination round, defeating Brody Sale, who would have been one of the favorites coming into this event. Manojo went with an 8.17 and a 7.5, 15.67, one of the highest heat totals of this competition so far. And he did that by way of not just snappy surfing, but some progression as well in the air.
Yeah, this guy's got a deep bag of tricks as you see him get to his feet.
Manojo is going to strike first and strikes up in the lip. Solid. Puts it down. So just one big maneuver. We'll see where the judges go with that. We did have the judges give us, our head judge give us some of the criteria for the, and you could earn some big points for a single big maneuver.
Whoa.
Almost like that. Jarvis Earl having to throw away that big air.
Was it the landing that got a little bit scary? Because that went into a trough. Maybe the wind just getting underneath that board. We'll see a replay of it. But yeah, you're mentioning with the judges setting out the criteria.
Yeah, one big, you know, you can earn a high score with one big maneuver. So impactful single maneuver, or of course all that speed, power, and flow that we've seen putting it together. Seems like wave selection has been key today, and maybe a little bit of luck because it's a mix-up wind swell. You never know when you're going to get a gem.
Well,
Here's a replay.
Talking about one-hit combo, that right there was exactly what the judges wanted to see. A big set wave with a nice little section to it. Here we see a slow-down version of what Jarvis Earl was going for. No grab, just there, loses the connection with the board. He's a little bit up on the nose of that craft, and it's a flyaway.
So 5.33 opener for Manojo, and just that throwaway one for Jarvis Earl. Manojo Yahagi with priority. Both surfers on the paddle back out. Jarvis, you know, I was talking about world titles and making Cronulla proud. A beach in Australia with a broad surfing history, and we have a lot of, you know, we listed some of our favorites from Cronulla, and I just wanted to pass on a list to you and some who you think are some of your favorites from Cronulla.
We mentioned Aki.
Aki is, yeah, a great one. Yeah. And Richard Dog Marsh would be another one.
Oh,
right?
That's a great one. I mean, great surfer and then transition into the coaching role.
Yeah. Jim Banks, another goofy foot, who was an early professional pioneer and shaper there. Gary Green. Now I'm digging into the history books right there. Gary Green was another one, and Kirk Flintoff is actually rounding out my list. Hey, let's hear from Ryan Kaialo. Ryan, making Brazil proud, he's into the quarterfinals.
We talk about diving into the history books, Kaipo. We have somebody here on an absolute roll. Ryan, your dad, Alex, indicated not to sit too close to the pier and just keep busy. What happened on that left-hander? Just popped out of nowhere? Were you looking for left? Were you looking for right? What was the plan?
I don't know. I'm pretty happy to make this heat, now quarters, and I just went to surf. And when the left came, I didn't lose my score, and I don't know what happened in the heat. And I don't know, I just go and try to make good maneuvers. And later just stay with close to Luke, because he's a really good surfer, and I need to be close to didn't give chance to change the heat.
Now, you couldn't hear the scores. Is that because of the wind or the beach announcers or just how far out you guys are surfing?
I don't know. I think it's both because like the wind is hard and the waves like is not in the close of the beach. But like I'm pretty happy to make because in the last year I lost in this round, and now 2 more heats for the final, and I'm pretty excited.
Now, for all the viewers at home in Portuguese.
Sim, eu estou muito feliz. Passamos mais uma bateria bem difícil. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que torceu e todo mundo que está aí acompanhando, e vamos nessa.
All right, you heard it there. He's on a roll. We're going to go straight back into live action with you guys in the booth.
All right, Ryan Kaialo, I like the takeaway from that interview that he's already thinking ahead to his path to a world title. 2 more heats. Jarvis Earl on the backhand, winds up, puts it down, and the wave just grabs the board from underneath him. So 2 incompletes for the start for the Australian, Ro.
Yeah, just I like the intent though, Capo. I think from both of those rides we saw a very hungry, energetic Jarvis Earl, but at some point he's going to have to kind of settle into this heat and complete a couple of those moves.
Yeah, to settle in. He's still got plenty of time. We've got 21 minutes and 55 seconds. Kaipo Guerrero, Rosie Hodge. This morning I went on WSL Social. We asked the questions. Give me a question. Give the commentators a question. And Big Clee Dog asked us. Yeah, shout out to Big Clee Dog. Rosie and Kaipo, what are some of your favorites to win the event? I'm going to start with you, Rosie.
Oh, yeah. Great question. Great question. I think Levi Slawson.
I like it.
Yeah, as someone that I've been watching, I just feel like he's got this little bit of a momentum going. On the women's side, I think Annette Gonzalez Exabari was looking great in the opening round, as well as Sierra Kerr and Erin Brooks.
I like it. And I'm going to go, I got a little bit of thoughts. I agree with you on Levi Slawson. I think I want to put Joel Vaughan on one of my favorites, and Jackson Bunch as well as one of my favorites for the men. For the women, I'm with you with Sierra Kerr, and I'm with you with Erin Brooks, and I want to add Bella Kenworthy.
Ooh,
so
nice.
There you go. There's some of our picks. I think both Rosie and I didn't want to say just one person, but those are some of the favorites. Keep the questions coming. Go to Instagram, WSL Social, and it's on the stories today. Ask us. Give us some questions, and we'll try to answer them on the air. 21 minutes, 35 seconds, and Manojo Yahagi with a 5.33 and a 3.57 out in the lead over Jarvis Earl. 8.9 is not a safe 2-wave total so far for Manojo, but the Japanese surfer is in the lead right now, and it looks like he's got priority as well, so real heat control at the moment.
Yeah, he's a smart surfer, and it's just, you know, watching how these heats progress. That opening first wave that settles your confidence, that's a little bit of a solid score, is pretty important come the end of the heat. We've seen in the heats that I've witnessed, whoever starts out with the strongest wave has eventuated into the winner. We've seen the lead change hands a couple times, but as we watch this from Manojo, this is his first wave, so that is the 5.33.
And then here's the second wave, the 3.57, Rosie. We're just catching up on this.
Just catching up on this, Capo. That's right. You could tell that he really wanted that second hit, and that first move looking solid, looking strong. No Hail Marys. Like, he's surfing solid on his feet.
Yeah, I like his surfing, Manojo, because he is, like you said, he's goes for it. You know, in the jersey, he's had success in the junior ranks. He's won a junior event over in Chiba Ichinomiya, that pro junior, taking a win there. He's won in NIOS, the NIOS pro junior as well. So for me, just with those results also, NIOS, Ichinomiya, a beach break, jetty break, or just a roping right-hander, it shows me that Manojo does have range in his surfing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, why would you pass up an event at NIOS? like, oh, see that one on the schedule, book your ticket.
Yeah. It's between Krui and NIOS, those are some of the most quality QS little grind events. And I know even for the Australian Pacific region that surfers from other regions on the World Surf League still will compete in those events, even though it's not going to help their ranking or their rating or anything like that, just because of the quality of the wave.
Yeah, you're like, oh, 2 people out and I'm in. like at a contest. That's when it starts to pay off, that grind. The QS grind, you like see that popping up on the schedule. You're like, yes, please.
Thank you to the Indonesian region as well for all of their support of professional surfing. We've seen CT events in Indonesia. We've seen qualifying events in Indonesia. It'd be great to, like, the evolution maybe see a challenger event there at some point in time. Gosh, yeah.
How much of that, having those events, led to Rio Waida
100%
qualifying for the championship tour, like getting to experience championship tour quality surfing at some of his local breaks and inspiring him to qualify for the tour.
Yeah, and I feel Rio is just the first surfer to start breaking down that door in this contemporary generation of Indonesian surfers. Of course, we've had a great history of Indonesian surfing before that, but right now I think we're going to see more coming out of that region just because of the talent there and the quality of waves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Rio representing Indonesia at the Olympics. Like, there's a lot of national support for surfing now.
Nothing like some nasi goreng and some barrels to make your day just smiley.
Would love a little Indo trip.
We both exhale as we think about
just 2 weeks in Indo.
Yeah, perfect. Book me. So 1640, and the two surfers right now really spread out. There's Jarvis Earl's mom and one of his supporters, Sonia. And she's over here, and Jarvis also wants us to thank the rest of his family, his girlfriend, and of course all of his mates at Cronulla who are watching. Jarvis on screen right there. So after a couple of false starts, but really pushing his board and his body, I think Jarvis Earl just needs that one completion to get the ball rolling in this heat. Get some momentum.
Well, something about the situation that he's facing now as we head into 16 minutes remaining with a 7.9 required, he's going to be surfing for excellence. Like, there's no kind of warming up into the heat, I think. And we've seen from his previous rides, like, even though you got, like, it's just a 1 and a 0.93, like, the surfing that he was going for and wants to display is going to be his best.
Yeah, I agree. Manojo, on the other hand, has the luxury of just sitting back with priority and looking to build upon his score line. So, again, heat control halfway through the heat. The Japanese surfer has really put himself in a good position. Swell coming through here. Looks like Jarvis is trying to stick on the left there closer to the pier. And nothing doing there.
Seems to have glassed off a little bit this afternoon, Kappa. We saw a little bit of a wind squall as we started the contest with 10 minutes left in the first heat. But yeah, it's looking to clean up in the afternoon golden hour.
Here we go, opportunity for Jarvis. There we go, lip line glide. Air dropping back into the section. Snaps it off the top. Oncoming section, and he banks it. Nice hook, nice completion. Down the line, Manojo Yahagi with a layback snap, and he kicks out way down the beach. So be waiting for scores from that last exchange and see how that affects the current standings. Remember, a 7.9 for Jarvis Earl will turn the heat for him, but we'll get some replays and have a better look at both of those surfers in the exchange. Look how far Jarvis actually got pulled down the beach surfing that right-hander.
Yeah, interesting he didn't opt for the runaround.
And I would imagine Yahagi's even further to the south with us with this drift.
And the judges did mention that, you have to stay in the contest area. This glare in the afternoon is pretty serious, so the judges want to be able to see you. So this is an important wave for Jarvis. Beautiful float. Fortunately, he doesn't get to transition straight into another turn, but the finish was really nice. So I'm calling that, I'm going to go out on a limb.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's going to be better than the 5.33, which is the high mark of the heat so far. We'll see by how much. It's unfortunate that he didn't come around that section and have another steep section to meet him. We got a little bit slopey in the middle, but the bookends, the opening maneuver, as well as the end, really nice as we watch Manojo winding up on his wave. Beautiful layback. So 2 turns on the outside there on that wave.
So the plot could thicken. Yahagi may be replacing that 3.57 and increase the need for Jarvis Earl. Both surfers on the paddle. We're going to come back with those scores and more, give you the situation. Stick around for more of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship. SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai. Here we are back Southside Oceanside Pier, and we're in Heat 5 of the round of 16 at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Manojo Yahagi in the lead, up against Jarvis Earl. When we went to break, we were waiting for some scores. The scores came through. A 4.83 last score for Manojo Yahagi. A 6-point ride, last score for Jarvis Earl. The situation, Jarvis Earl trailing Yahagi, needing a 4.16. Kaipagura along with Rosie Hodge on the call. And as you suspected, Rosie, Jarvis's last wave, best wave of this heat, and he's put himself in a better position to take the lead at the 9-minute mark.
That's going to alleviate some of that pressure, and a 4.16 is what he whittles that requirement to. And nice to see Manojo up the ante with the 4.83. This next exchange is going to be a fun one for us to watch, Kaipos. There's not much in it between both of these surfers.
Leo Casal, the stocky, Aki-ish Brazilian, coming up against Taj Lindblad, part of the San Clemente crew. Lindblad, the Brazilian contingent there, is going to be Brazil versus San Clemente in Heat 6 of this round of 16.
That's a good heat.
That's a good heat.
That's a really good heat.
Yeah, Leo, I feel he's been flying out under the radar quite a bit. He's a great surfer, but we know the sparkiness that Taj Lindblad has in his surfing, especially in beach breaks like this. Again, you can see the separation of the two surfers. Jarvis has been really keen on sticking to that peak closer to the pier, while Yahagi has been happy to surf a little further down the beach and finding some clear water. beach view right here and a little taste of the glare that we're seeing this afternoon, Rosie.
Yeah, and I think, you know, with that separation with Jarvis going a little bit further south, wow, look at that. That's something to consider when you're thinking about the judges and the beach announcers and their job today. They've been absolutely crushing it all week.
Yeah, I feel you're going to have to really exaggerate your maneuvers or do something really big so that the judges can see it, you know, in all of this glare.
Yeah, they get to watch the replays, but that first impression of just seeing the spray, as we see Jarvis Earl.
Finds a left, gets up in the lip there, doesn't need much of a score, lay back. Conversion of water, though, was too much for Jarvis to hang on to.
That was going to be it, Capo.
Yeah, that was a heartbreak ending to that wave, because that would have certainly turned the heat for the Australian.
Yeah, and you just watch those two pieces of water converge as that wave closes out, and he's doing that maneuver. I mean, it's explosive on that shallow bank. Really hard to ride out of those maneuvers, and he tried his best. I mean, he'd be hanging on with his toenails.
Here it is again.
Love this opening maneuver from him. Quickly into that next turn, lays it back. That board just gets gobbled by the whitewater. I mean, to do that layback like that, super core strength, but then to have the quads to almost levitate back on your board and ride out, extremely difficult.
Yeah, 2.7 for Earl. He needed a 4.16. Certainly, with a completion on that, he would have turned the heat. Down to 6.5 minutes. We're going to have a spool. We're going to have a no-go there.
I think Minoja is going to move closer in on his target now as we head into, you know, the final stage of this heat. I think he's going to start to apply the pressure to Jarvis. You don't want to give your competitor free reign of a lineup.
Yeah, a lot of surf coaches, or even yourself, I'll ask, is I've heard a 30-minute heat, you kind of split it into thirds. Your first third's kind of like freestyle, just get a score. Second third, just, you know, if you have the lead, hang on to the lead. And then this last third is where maybe more tactics come into play, or just awareness of your priority.
Definitely. I think just tightening up.
Well, during that paddle, though, something happened, because Jarvis, maybe it was an effort by Yahagi, he lost priority. So that's actually a good thing for Jarvis Earl, getting gifted priority when he needs it right now in the final 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what he does with this gift, because there was that little bit of a, like, Jarvis looking over his shoulder just to clear where Minoja was. So let's have another look at this priority switchover. So you see Minoja, he's looking towards the left and really keeping a tab on Jarvis. So, you know, that kind of blocking.
It's like an offsides in football or something. You flinched.
Yep.
And that flinch, you're going to get a flag, and that flag is going to cost you priority.
Yep. I didn't understand any of that, but I'm
yeah,
joking.
Well, that was for our American audience only, I guess. Yeah.
I'm joking, Cups.
Oh.
I'm following along.
Okay.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I know I talk in zigzag at times. So, first down, first priority. Jarvis Earl. 4.5 minutes. And Oceanside needs to deliver something. Meanwhile, Yahagi's happy to just let the wind swell subside and try to earn his spot into the quarterfinals. The tide continues to draw out to sea as well, so that's another thing that's going to be limiting the surf a bit as we have these big tide fluctuations, large coefficients in our high and low tides. And a really ripped out lineup.
Well, Minoja would be kicking himself with that priority change, I would have to imagine, as we come down to the 4 minutes remaining, Capo. I think he's just going to try and apply the pressure anyway, stick on his competitor. It's just looking out at the ocean, not too many lumps and bumps, and indications that sets are coming. So hopefully we see just an exchange between the two surfers.
Yeah, and the from this angle, it looks very ripped out there. What's the best way to just to play a riptide like this?
Just listening to Pete Mel, it's that finding that open bit of water. Being in that rip, that's that deeper kind of section where it's going to be a little bit of flurry up the face.
Taj Lindblad jogging up the beach, getting ready for his. Looks like he's a nice round tail mayhem under his arm. And you can see the tide right here has been receding, as well as all the pilings of the Oceanside Pier in the background as Jarvis Earl takes off. Snap on the backhand for the Australian. Cleaner second turn, really hooking it. Wave tapers, he kicks out. 4.16. I think he accomplished that. What do you think, Rosie?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that last wave for Jarvis and turning this heat. Smart move on priority. I mean, and just utilizing the sections that were in front of him, because, the end section wasn't promised on that wave as it kind of went out to sea.
So we'll see if it's a volley back and forth, if Jarvis Earl did enough, and will continue to pursue a second world title and a spot in finals day. Judges still reviewing that last wave. Under 2 minutes on the countdown. Earl down the beach. He's going to give himself a second chance. Smacks the lip there. Little check turns as the wave tapers. He continues to sweep all the way down the beach, catching this from above for the finish, and he puts it 12 o'clock for the finish.
That was really smart heat strategy in my eyes from Jarvis, because I feel like that next wave is going to be right on the cusp of that score that he requires, which means that in turn Minojo won't need much to turn the heat if he gets a wave. And I think Jarvis just getting another wave and potentially increasing that scoreline.
Let's take a look back at the last couple of rides for Jarvis.
So this is the first one with priority. Waited a while for this wave. Swings it under the hood there. Now he finds a little bit more of a critical face. So 2 turns, Capo. That's what we've got to think about for that 4.16. I think that's going to be right there. I think this wave had more potential on it on that opening section. A bigger, more standout turn. It goes a little bit flat out on the open face, though. Man, he's just been so unfortunate with that second section not standing up for him on both occasions. But he fights through all of that and gets the end section. I think that wave has more of an opportunity to kind of up the ante, even though it was midway through the bank.
Yeah. Previous wave has already turned the heat for Jarvis Earl. So now Yahagi needs to come back in the way of a 5.15. There's the judges' numbers. Throw out the high and the low, average out the other 3. So unless any other waves are ridden, Jarvis Earl made a charge in the last couple minutes of this heat to turn this heat. It's going to be too late for our Japanese surfer after the horn here. So, wasn't the prettiest win for Cronulla's Jarvis Earl, but he got the job done, and he's on to the quarterfinals, Rosie.
It was an exciting one for us, and well done to Minojo, too. He's been great throughout this event. Jarvis Earl into another finals day.
Well, we are on our way to the next heat. Leo Casal, Taj Lindblad in the water, and a special guest on set when we return. Looking back at 2017, Kaiama was the site. Finn McGill was the surfer, taking apart the rights and the lefts and earning himself a World Junior title. It was a tough match out there. It was the future of professional surfing on display. Oh, what a feeling for Finn McGill and a victory for Hawaii. And we have Finn McGill with us. Thank you for joining us, Finn.
Thank you for having me. That was classic seeing those clips. I kind of forgot about that almost. It was so long ago.
Do you feel more grown up now?
A little too grown up, to be honest.
Matt Shanowski also with us. Finn, a World Junior title. That's what these surfers are aiming for right now. How meaningful is that title, you know, as your legacy as a surfer?
It's almost too much to explain a little bit. It's so meaningful, like just, you know, ending your junior career, or not even ending it. I mean, Jarvis won last year, right? Yeah. And he's still back in it. Just, it's the best. For me, it was my biggest goal as a junior. And to have that is pretty amazing.
And did it up your profile, you know, within surfing, within the industry, after that World Junior title win?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm just a little kid from North Shore, Hawaii, or Oahu, and little chubby kid that just surfed pipe basically in Sunset. So it was great. It was amazing for me. Well, that's a nice wave right there.
Yeah, Leo Casal out in the water. The Brazilian goofy foot. I call him the stocky Aki-ish surfer, Casal. And he just assaulted that wave. He gets a little extra on the inside. Go right. Get the little left bonus there. That's a nice start, Matt, for Leo Casal.
Putting those brand new Xanadu boards through their paces, having a look at those on the shore. Single concaves, really deep concaves, usually made for clean California-style waves, not onshore beach breaks. Leo proving that he can ride anything. Probably opted for the round tail out there, given that there's a little bit of exercise. Finn, you're no stranger to round tails.
Yeah, actually, we ride them a lot more back home in Hawaii. I'm a huge fan of my Ghost. That's the only board I ride basically back home, but I mean, I see what he's trying to do out here. The pockets are pretty nice. It's just if you get them. So you have that little round tail in those pockets. It's insane. I mean, it showed right there. That was a great wave, I think.
Well, you guys, let's hear from another World Junior champ, Jarvis Earl. He's gunning for 2. He's getting there. He's in the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Jarvis.
One step closer. Well, Jarvis, I have to ask you, were you feeling any of the nerves and the pressure coming down to that last exchange for you?
Yeah, I had a bit of a rough start, so I was definitely feeling the pressure towards the back end of the heat, but just tried to stay calm and focus on what I need to do, and yeah, I was stoked I got it done in the end.
And how do you do that? I mean, you had those 2 waves, they're a little bit incomplete. We loved that you were going for it, though. But how do you kind of reconfigure your heat after those 2 waves?
I kind of try to just not get too frustrated and just reset if I have a fall. And, yeah, kind of just ended up working out my way in the end. So I was stoked with how I played the heat out.
Defending champ coming into finals day. Any familiar feelings?
Yeah, it feels pretty good to be going into the quarterfinals again here at the World Juniors. So hopefully I can make a few more heats and go for back-to-back wins, but we'll see how I go.
Lastly, tell us about your equipment.
I'm just riding a Channel Islands Fever Roundtail. Yes, the other day I was riding a squash tail, so it was a bit bigger today, so I thought go on the Roundtail and it was feeling good, so yeah.
One to watch, you guys. As always, back to you 3.
Thank you, Rosie. Congratulations to Jarvis. Yeah, it was a nail-biter for him, trailing most of the heat, but got the job done in the end. Finn, how fun are Pro Seed interviews?
They're really fun, especially when we get someone like you.
Is it something you had to learn about, or like did it come natural? I mean, it's pretty funny, you know, because after coming out of a heat, having to compose yourself. Now we're going to get to some replays though. First, I'm going to let you talk us through this one, Finn.
Yeah, I like that first 2 turns. He linked them really well. Kind of goes soft right here, but I think he did everything really well. He's kind of got that like Cole Hauschman backside, pretty stocky. I enjoy his surfing a lot. He's got power, but also light foot.
And here's a look at Taj Lindblad, Finn.
The California Cowboy. I like this last turn. That section was nice. I think it was kind of had a weird bump going away from him, so he kind of looked like he wanted to chase it constantly. I don't think he could have done much better. I think it was just the waves right there. I like those scores. I think those scores are nice for those 2 waves.
Yeah, it looks like the advantage going to Leo Casal, Matt, with that 6.17 over the 4.33.
Yeah, incredible, I think, accuracy without the judging throughout this whole event, given the conditions. It's raw out there. There's a lot of glare, the winds, the tide, everything's changing. And it's how nice is it, Finn, when you have consistency with a judging panel? You know, the scale has been set. They've obviously given instructions today. They want to see major maneuvers, critical maneuvers on outside sections. Did you get those messages back then? Was the communication there like it is these days with the WhatsApp groups?
We didn't quite have that back. I mean, I think that just started coming into play a few years ago. We didn't have that, but it was really simple and easy. They would kind of tell us in the competitors area before the day started, and it was pretty. I mean, on a day like this, it's kind of just. It's pretty simple.
And that's
like
it, Finn. How do you keep your head up and how do you keep motivated? Because this is not optimum conditions. When you won your World Junior title, I called it in Kiama. It was small. It wasn't good surf. How do you get yourself motivated to perform in less than epic surf?
I think it's just the job, you know, like what's at hand, the championship you can have, the trophy you can hold. I mean, I think everyone's in the same boat, and that's always what I've thought is everyone surfing the same wave. So yeah, it may be a little bit harder for someone like, you know, like us from Hawaii, where we don't really get much of this, but you got, I think, what, 25 minutes, or is it 30-minute heats?
30 minutes today.
30-minute heat to show who's the better surfer. 2-man, you know, the judging's great. Just get your 2 waves. That's a simple task. That's how I always thought. I didn't like to overthink. That's a nice little bowl. Oh. Bang.
Leo. Again, really sharp on the backhand. Leo Casal, the Brazilian, living in Australia, training and going to school there. And just as someone who's kind of coming onto the radar, but Leo was a traveled kid as a youngster. Victor Bernardo on the beach in support of Leo Casal. You know, Leo, actually, the first time I saw him surf was probably an event that you surfed as a child, was in Auntie Relson's Manahuni.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, Leo came down to Makaha as a little grom, and I barely remember him, and then he reminded me about it because I was announcing it for all the kids and stuff.
Yeah.
But how rad is that? Like, coming up through the ranks, and you're at the top right now. You're a full-grown professional surfer, but talk about the journey coming from a Menahuni to a junior, to a QS grinder, to the C2, to everything in professional surfing.
For us in Hawaii, it was pretty dreamy. It used to be amazing. We had the Relson, the Menahune. You know, we called it the double crown.
Yeah, the double crown.
Yeah, because it was 12 and under. So under 12, you're like, you know, you have the Relson and the Menahune first, and then the Relson later on in the year. And the Menahune was at Haleiwa, Relson at Makaha. And then once you age out of that, we had a lot of junior events.
Yeah.
So it was really nice. I mean, we had events at Pipe, we had events at Sunset, some in Tahiti, and then it kind of set us up perfectly to start doing the bigger QSs. And yeah, there we go. So it was amazing back then. I mean, I feel almost bad for the younger Hawaiians now because we had it so good.
Right, yeah, a lot more competitions and definitely like a talented field coming through. And it's a journey, right? Because you came up with a class of kids, and all you guys ripped, but only some of you guys made it to the pros. Some got distracted along the way. Talk about that journey.
It's a journey for sure. I think that we still had a good chunk of kids. I mean, me and Baron are the same age, so we're in that little age group. But you know, we had Seth, Kalani, David, Imai, Kalani, Duvall. You know, we still have like Cody Young.
Yeah.
You know, he's an amazing surfer. I can't even name all of them, to be honest.
But it's wild, right? When you think about the context of all of you guys just coming up from 12-year-olds, and all of you are names in surfing now.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I have a photo from the Menahune. I think it's me, Baron Mamiya, Makana Pang, Kaulana Opo, Noah Mizuno, and like Noah Beshin.
Right.
It was like a 6-man heat or something.
Wow.
And that was like the final of us when we were, I think it was 10 and under or something like that.
Yeah.
And like me and Noah and Baron, all of us were surfing up a division, and that was who we were with. It was wild to see that. And all of them are doing amazing things.
Yeah, and it's wild that a lot of the surf world, you know, guys doing amazing surfing like Noah Mizuno, still an incredible surfer. Kaulana Po, but they're still pretty much dark horses, like under the radar, but incredible surfers. As we're watching right here, another incredible surfer, Leo Casal, in the lead in this heat, doing the beach run, and he's going to get some advice, Matt, from Victor Bernardo here.
So yesterday, interesting to note, Leo made some priority errors in the last 10 minutes of the heat. Kept taking off, thinking he wanted to increase his lead, but at that point, with the conditions deteriorating, may have been better off just sitting on his competitor. Victor, perhaps reminding him, hey, you've got a solid score total right now. Play it smart. Make sure your next wave counts because you're in a commanding lead right now. Because Taj just did the run around as well. He's needing a 7.61, and out there, that's a pretty grim task.
Yeah. It's a hefty score for sure. What I would do right now is just kind of be in Taj's area and just try to catch the best waves possible. I mean, you can't really manage a heat super hard right now with priority and, you know, sitting on them. And, you know, I think just trying to get the best waves and at this point outsurf them.
And this drone angle is quite flattering compared to what it looks like on the beach, right?
Oh, yeah. It's a little bit more flattering.
Yeah, the drone angle is like the skinny mirror of surfing, actually. So making things look a lot better. Bottom of your screen there are the matchups that we've seen so far and the winners that are moving into finals day and the upcoming matchups. Remember, we have 8 heats in this round of 16. All the winners will make up the quarterfinals for the men on finals day. We got coming up, you can see Jackson Bunch, heat number 7. Finn, your thoughts on Jackson and what he's been doing so far in surfing?
Incredible. It's incredible to see him. I mean, even since a young Grom, we all kind of knew that he was going to do amazing.
You saw it coming, huh?
Oh, yeah. He's just technically perfect. And with just waiting for the size at that point, and the size hit, and he's the mellowest, most, you know, just amazing human being.
You would have spent some time with Jackson, both under kind of the guardianship of Uncle Dave Riddle through those early Grom days when, you know, your sponsor back then, you guys had such a strong...
We had a good crew.
Good kid program.
Yeah, we had an amazing program. And he was on Billabong before, too, so he was working under Reynolds Hayes. And then when he switched to Volcom, we had, I think it was me, Imai, Zeke Lau, my sister, Jackson, Lahiki Minimission.
Right.
There's a few other guys. It was a solid crew, and Dave Riddle and Jason Shibata were so nice and so great to us.
And we're seeing that in the World Juniors right now. We're seeing the coaches, but we're also seeing the mentors. How did the mentors affect your life? You know, because it's more than just surfing, some of these uncles that bring you up.
Oh, yeah. They affect it massively in all good ways. I mean, coming from my family, they're not professional surfers at all. My mom's from Montana and Minnesota, so she didn't see the ocean until she was like 19, 20.
Wow.
My dad was a lifeguard, but that's about it. So they didn't really know how to go about that competitive surfing aspect at all. And, you know, Dave Riddle and Jason Shibata were my first kind of mentors, and they were amazing to me.
Yeah.
So cool and showed me everything, and, you know, even when I was out of hand.
No, they reel you back in.
Yeah.
Well, we're halfway through the heat right now, and we got Leo Casal. He's out in the lead. Taj Lindblad, he's chasing a 7.61. Lindblad with priority. Lines coming through here, and we'll see if anything eventuates for the surfer from San Clemente. The lull continues, so we're going to step aside, take a break. We're going to come back with more Talk Story with Finn McGill and the conclusion of heat number 6 in the round of 16 here at Oceanside. Back at the south side of the Oceanside Pier, SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. Leo Casal throws it up, puts it down. And a fist pump for the Brazilian as he's leading Taj Lindblad in this matchup. This is Heat 6 of the round of 16. Kaipo Girl, Matt Shanoski, and our special guest, Finn McGill on the set and on the call. Taking a look here at Taj Lindblad. Chooses a right, Lindblad, quick snap, combos it up with a lip glide. Looking further down the line in the glare, floats it, gets the finish.
Wow, right on cue, straight back from the break and into the action. Leo having just paddled out, and Taj just a little bit before them. These guys really utilizing their fitness. This is what these guys train for. It's quite a long run, quite a long paddle, and to go straight back out and get potentially a leg-burning wave like Taj just then. These guys' energy, lucky they're only surfing once.
Yeah, I really like those two waves. Those are two really great waves for today.
Yeah. So Leo with the air got a 6.2. He increased his lead over Taj Lindblad. Lindblad's last wave, the highest single wave of this heat, a 6.47. So this whole scenario, Matt, has tightened up quite a bit. Lindblad now just needing under a 6-point ride.
Yeah, did exactly what was required, chipping away at that what was a mid-7 before, now reducing it to a 5.9. Leo with that air reverse went against the grain. Didn't see many lefts coming through in the last few heats, but didn't know he had much of an air game, Leo. Those surfboards looking great underfoot with the rail, but showing us a little bit of variety out there, and it's good timing because he's got priority as Taj did the runaround.
Oh yeah, everything's working in Leo's favor.
Coming back in a heat. You got 11 minutes, Finn. What's the mindset? What's the game plan for someone like Taj Lindblad?
For me, I would almost just sit where the waves are at this point. Almost try to get him to go on one if he is sitting next to me. But also, I haven't really studied the lineup much today. I just kind of rolled straight into here. I think Taj is an amazing surfer and incredible surfer, and he's got the talent too. So it's just a day like this, just get the wave, get yourself on the wave, and show what you can do. I think the last wave he surfed perfect. I like the last turn. You know, he's been surfing a great heat. He hasn't made any mistakes yet.
How much does luck come into play in conditions like this?
I ask myself that every time. You know, you have some people that have, they have like the mojo on days like this, and sometimes you feel it. Wow, those are great air.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it looks better on the replay than what it did in real life. You really got those fins high. And Taj here, this was a great combo, and this is where the majority of the points came from, because he went straight into that. Judges really enjoying the flow element in between that. Obviously, that was a radical end section, but if you're making it look easy, the points come flowing, and Taj did that here. So highlighting this section was nice and steep, and he goes straight into the next one. So making it look seamless, and then smacking that end section with a lot of power, a bit of extravagance. And we've been saying all week, if you can find one of those longer waves that has a section coming back at you, that's where the points will be ready to score. Finishing with a good taste in the judge's mouth, they love to give you a high score.
They love it. I really like that Taj wave, actually. I mean, I haven't been around all day watching all the scores, but that was a great wave. I like the drone angle from that. You really see the spray going on the first turn. The first turn was really clean into that quick flow into the last big section.
Would that make it into one of your edits, if that was you?
I mean, Taj sure's better than me, so yeah, probably.
Yeah, what have you been up to, Finn?
Just hanging, man.
Yeah.
Been home for a while, really filming a lot, and doing a lot of this, training, getting ready for the next season.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This kid rips. I forgot his name, but I saw him last winter at Rockies tearing it up.
Yeah. Marlon Harrison, he's going to be coming up against Jackson in the next heat, in heat number 7. So he's kind of getting centered there on the beach, man.
Yeah, how good's that? I love that little movement with the fingers, just breathing, being present, just bringing awareness to the little things. A lot of surfers will often just touch their toes and actually do that same movement with their fingers and their toes, and just to revitalize the whole body. It's pretty easy to get stale sitting by the contest site for 5 hours, especially with the glare, and you need to surf within yourself out there right now, exactly like Leo.
Oh, they're having some words right there.
Yeah, they were. I wonder what happened there.
Wish we can get a mic out there.
So interesting
rip,
play
too.
right now at the 8-minute mark with Leo Casal with the lead and priority. He does have heat control, but he's really swooping down and surrounding Taj Lindblad with that. So maybe a little bit of mental tactics happening right now. Competing, Finn, you ever had, you know, other competitors that are more talkative than others?
I'd say I'm the most talkative one.
You are the talkative guys.
I'm so ADD. I'm just like, can't sit still, can't not talk.
Yeah. What's the dialogue?
I'm all over the place.
So if you're Leo,
yeah,
what are you saying to Taj?
probably something I can't say on this webcast.
Okay.
No.
That's awesome.
No, I'm joking.
That's good insight.
Hey.
I like to just, you know, if it's my friend, I like to mess with them more.
Yeah.
I'm all nice usually, but it's just, you know, oh, how was your wave? Oh, my wave was right there though, you know? I mean, just little,
yeah.
You know, but they're your best friends. You
Hey.
travel with them. You're spending more time with them than your family. So, yeah, it's fun. I don't know. I look at it as more of like a joke, and all my friends know that from me. So,
no problem with that. I mean,
But,
I'm a victim of the professional surfing in the late 80s, early 90s.
Oh,
we would
yeah.
yell at the top of our lungs at our
It got
competitors
physical there
to
too,
fall.
Kaialo.
And it would get people were running each other.
No drone angles then.
People were running each other over back then. It
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
Cowboys and Indians developing professional surfing.
I like the classic, especially in board riders, like, oh, it's a bit cold out here, hey? Like, lucky I wore a full suit. Like, you're freezing or what?
Oh, gosh.
It's like, oh, yeah, unprepared. Or,
Yeah.
Lucky I had orange wax on today. It's freezing. Like, you don't
Sure you want to ride those fins?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little crack in your fin box I saw earlier.
Yeah, lucky I started early. I really built my momentum. Now I can just chill.
Oh, that's the best.
Well, here we are at 6 minutes, you guys, and it has been Leo Casal with control of this heat. He's got the lead. He's got priority. He's not giving Taj Lindblad really an inch right now. So this is a close play. Closest play of the day I've seen so far, rail to rail between these two surfers, Matt.
I mean, I love it. I would hate to be in Taj's position right now, but it's good viewing because, and you couldn't really see much of this from the beach. It just looked like the guys are surfing pretty close together. But this is the gamesmanship that Leo failed to execute in his previous hit, and he got away with it. He progressed really just because his competitor didn't get the score, and he did get a wave in the last 30 seconds. But, you know, Victor obviously giving Leo some reminding of, hey, you've come this far, game on. This is the World Junior Championships, and don't leave anything at risk.
You just said it right there. I mean, you can't even get mad at him, even if you're in Taj's position. You're gonna get mad, but you're gonna get mad because you put yourself in that situation. It's the World Junior Championships, and you're gonna do whatever you can to make it to the next round. So, you know, good on him.
Yeah.
Don't leave anything open.
Leo does have to be careful too. You don't want to push that envelope too much because a savvy competitor like Taj will also know how to bait Leo into making the wrong decision. Because this is uncharacteristic from what we've seen from Leo throughout the event. So obviously coming with a fresh page today in his diary, and he really doesn't want to make any mistakes, but at the same time it's easy to force one.
Quiet moment here with Jackson Bunch in preparation for his heat. And back to some surfboard races between these two.
Are they really far down the beach right now than usual?
They're making their way back north to the middle peak. Because there's that current, and then you've also got the rip as well. There's two elements.
Yeah, and look, Taj Lindblad again, he's got the blue jersey on. He's a 5.9, and he's just trying to shake Leo Casal, who has the lead and priority. And this man-on-man game has been going on for a good 5 minutes now. And so one of the more tactical endings, Matt, to a heat that we've seen so far in competition, all of competition here.
Yeah, and you have to say it's just the maturity, Leo, really recognizing some flaws in his competitive armor. And unfortunately for Taj, he's in a predicament here because the waves are very tricky. You can see the size of the chops. They're a couple of inches high themselves, reverbing off the backwash. You've got a dropping tide. You have all these different elements. It's this is the flattering angle as well. So got to try and find that clean water and try and preferably the second wave of a set.
Ah, he sold him.
Yep.
So he broke free. I would think that the priority should change right now, and it does to Taj Lindblad. Lindblad doing a good job of selling. Well, and now we're
back.
So we're going back and forth. This is kind of a priority game that's getting played right now. So the paddle by Leo Casal, the sell by Taj Lindblad got the priority to change. Lindblad now has priority with an opportunity to take the lead. He has 2.5 minutes. He needs a 5.9. So well done by Taj, Finn.
Yeah, that's a tough call, too. I know that it looks from camera angle that Leo should get the priority back, but sometimes it takes a while for the beach angle to show that the priority switches, and it looked like they were looking to wait for that to switch, and I don't think it did in time.
Sure.
So I think that Lindblad's just stuck because of it. Yeah, it's a tough one. But now Taj has got the heat in his hands, you know?
It's been cat and mouse for about 8 minutes right now, Matt. We'll see how this is going to eventuate.
Well, back to the scores, a 5.9. So Taj can't just take off on anything. It's not a groveling type of score. It's a really tricky one, actually. It's got to be a wave that has some size. He's got to have a critical nature to his maneuvers. So it's going to be a 2-turn combo at minimum. You could try a low percentage air, and even then, it's going to have to be something pretty tail high like Leo's before. And at this point in heat, it's a low percentage play.
Yeah.
Here comes a wave. Showing a little bit of potential. Leo's going to take it under priority. Going to go right. On his heels, throws it up there. Stuck in the whitewater. Likely not to get another turn. Not going to change the scores. 1 minute remaining.
This is the same thing that happened yesterday in his heat. 1 minute to go. Sort of left his competitor out there, and he goes Taj.
Taj. And disappointment for the San Clemente surfer. Strokes into that one, and it crumbles down the line. There's Leo Casal's camp. The Brazilian crew in the competitors area. Down to 40 seconds.
He's got another chance here, maybe. Exciting ending here.
30 seconds. Lindblad on the paddle.
Priority not given yet either. They're still paddling, so this will be interesting.
Discussion. And checking the app, checking the time. Priority to Casal. Now watch him. He's going to pull this one in and likely do a block right here. He doesn't know he has priority?
No.
He's going to figure it out right now. What a fight.
Wow.
That was a battle.
That was a battle.
Yeah, that was it was good viewing at least.
Yeah.
Not many waves ridden, but some gamesmanship nonetheless.
So there you go. There's the number, 6.2, 6.17. That was enough to put Leo Casal into the quarterfinals. Unfortunately for Taj Lindblad, eliminated from competition. And I want to thank Finn McGill. Thank you, Finn, for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure to have you on the set.
That was a blast.
And
thank you.
We'll see you guys. We're going to go into the next heat. It's going to be Jackson Bunch, Marlon Harrison. We'll keep Waxit in here. Mitchell Salazar will be sitting in this seat. More of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
A good show of sportsmanship between Leo Casal moving through into the quarterfinals and one of the local surfers in the event, Lindblad. He'll be bowing out in the round of 16. A good performance by him, and we will be seeing him on the regional QS within North America as the South American Casal makes his way through into the quarterfinals. A big performance from him in heat number 6. Mitchell Salazar here with Matt Chanoski, also known as the Wax Head. Heat number 7 in the water. Marlon Harrison in the blue, and it is Hawaii's Jackson Bunch in the red. Paia Maui represented out there, Matt, with the kid in the red jersey, 20-year-old. Great surfer, was on the Challenger Series last year. And coming off of a QS win over there at Haleiwa, too. Big backhand turn right there for Bunch. Likes to listen to country music, believe it or not, before his heats. Seems like he listened to a lot of Morgan Wallen before he paddled out. Good start for him, 27 minutes to go.
Yeah, nice pick up there, Mitch. And the first thing comes to mind about both of these surfers is they're very polished. Maturity and the style well beyond their years, and can't wait to see this battle unfold. That previous heat, Leo Casal, it was nice to see the sportsmanship coming in with Lindblad, who actually didn't really make many mistakes. It was just with the conditions, Leo sat on him and had very savvy decision-making towards the latter end of that heat, but always nice to see them engaging in sportsman-like conduct after the heat. This is the replay of Jackson's first wave. So driving off the bottom, a really clean face by today's standards, and lines up this end section and tees off perfectly. Little slide of the fins there. So an exciting wave there for Jackson to start off this heat. This is the front on angle. This is what the judges will have seen. Choppy, messy, but sends his spray skyward. In conditions like this, you need to leave no doubt in the judges' eyes that you're out there surfing critical on a set wave. And that's exactly what Jackson did. I think that score will be a healthy one.
And Matt, you're one of the best longboarders in the world, but you're coming off of around a month and a half of traveling within California and in the state of Hawaii too, surfing some bigger waves, larger surf. When it comes to Maui specifically, that's an island that has really bred a lot of great surfers. We've had a former world junior champion from that island, Kai Barger. Jackson Bunch really stands out when it comes to the backhand. We would call this Maui glass. It is typically very windy over there. What makes these surfers from Maui, as we look at Marlon Harrison, he's going to do the runaround. What makes them so different and so defining when it comes to big events like this?
It's the windy island, so you really, you're not apprehensive in a heat scenario. You're used to changing conditions. You're used to those radical winds, glassy in the morning, windy after 10 a.m. So you really just take every opportunity. So if there's a bowl like this, you go for it. That's a very Maui-esque type wave, right?
And goes for the throw to reverse. He's going to pull it too. Can't make a mistake so far in this heat. Opened up with a great right. Now going on the forehand with the left right there. Get a little punt 25 minutes ago. And Marlon Harrison, the kid from the Gold Coast of Australia, Snapper Rocks to be specific. He's doing the runaround, had an excellent performance in his opening round heat. Defeated Levi Slawson to move straight into the round of 16. And so did Jackson Bunch. He actually was in the very first heat of the event. Speaking of another great goofy footer, South America, Brazil in the lineup. Leo Casal, he's into the quarters, Rosie.
The Brazilians have been doing damage in this round of 16. Leo, another great heat for you. It seems to be some great Brazilian support when you get to the sand. How good is that, coming away with the win and then coming to high fives on the beach from your friends?
Well, it's super good to have the support. We have been competing and with each other since little kids. I have seen Ryan and H.R. like on their first comp, and since always we have been together surfing a lot and always pushing each other. And our generation is kind of underrated for what like the guys on the World Tour have been doing, but we are on our path and everything has its time.
Definitely, and just watching yourself and Taj in the lineup with those last 8 minutes, things got a little bit competitive out there.
For sure, Taj is such a great surfer. I seen him do some like big airs and power surfing, so congrats to him, surfing really well. And yes, for sure, like in the end I was trying to block him because he only needed like under 6 points, and I was trying to play the game.
And now that you're heading into finals day, does the strategy change?
I think it's just a matter of like my confidence is going up. I just
like already made some hits, and I just want to show my surf. You know, it feels like I haven't yet showed my surfing, and yeah, I'll try to do that, and for sure, if I believe I can do it.
And lastly, a little recap for everyone back home in Brazil in Portuguese, please.
Valeu, galera, pela torcida. Passamos mais uma, agora quarta de final, e bora pra cima.
Parabéns. We'll see him in the next round, you guys.
Obrigado, Rosie. Muito parabéns to Leo Casal. What a gentleman, by the way. A lot of gratitude in that interview, saying how underrated he feels his generation is. I mean, obviously, you have a lot of big shoes to fill, right? With the generation before, Miggy, Felipe, three-time world champ Gabe. But he's right. I think they are kind of flying under the radar, Matt. And also flying under the radar is Jackson Bunch, a 6.83 and a 6.13 in the first 7 minutes of the heat. Marlon Harrison, though, dropping a 7.0, so the high mark of the heat so far, Matt, now needs a 5.96, basically a 6-point ride out there with plenty of time.
Yeah, Marlon right in between Jackson's waves there, and I mean, a pair of sixes. We saw Leo in that previous heat with a similar heat total. Very difficult to get up into that sixes and to better that. So while Marlon's got that priority, Jackson's just playing around, trying to increase that total, go to the air, use that wind. It is straight on shore. It's not exactly an air wind. It's not really lifting, or you're not surfing into the wind as such. That's why we haven't seen too many airs. A lot of them in close to the pocket, not those big lofty airs that we're so used to seeing at this level. But Marlon 7, currently the highest wave of the heat so far. But it's the polish of Jackson. It's got those 2 6-point rides, getting him up in the lead. And you said earlier about the wind and why Maui's bred so many good surfers. And I think it's the beach boy atmosphere. You get up in the morning, you're going to surf regardless. You're going to be in the water, in and around the water, and you're going to have the board with you. You've got a good group of friends. Ultimately, it just increases your performance levels as well.
And they just got another surfer back on tour. Imai Kalani DeVault will be on there. So will Eli Hademan, semifinalist at this event last year. Marlon Harrison on screen. Drops a 7.0, still 21 minutes on the clock. Mention him being from Snapper Rocks over there on the Gold Coast. Really tough place to grow up if you're a surfer. Some of the best waves in the world given, but not to take into consideration is the amount of crowd. And he had to deal with a lot of that growing up. He's won a QS 3000 before. And speaking of the board that he's ridden in the competition so far, he's on that right now, Matt. Modified CI Pro that he actually got on Monday. Been using it in every free surf session. He's been a standout on it. It's a 5.9.5 times 18 and 5/8, 2 and 5/16. So pretty narrow for a surfer at his level, but he wants to fit that board in the pocket every chance he gets.
Yeah, and it's a very typical shortboard shape of what you might have seen a number of years ago. But good thing I noticed about a lot of the surfers' boards is their thickness. A lot of them have gone up than what you'd usually expect, because not a lot of them are, obviously there's no surfers that are out of shape or overweight, being this is the junior titles. But saying that, the thickness distribution, the width, and the way that they hold the wide point, all those little elements, subtle rocker adjustments, and that's been the story, and I think the main, apart from material development, has been the main addition to modern day shortboard manufacturing, is just playing with the plan shapes, putting the thickness distribution and the width in the right spot, so you can surf a board in slightly different ways, surf it forward, ride out of aerials, do some radical surfing, because you're moving your feet a lot more than what we used to see a decade ago.
I mean, you come from a longboarding background. Shifting your feet, the importance of it, very, very much up there when it comes to the high point of longboarding. Looking at shortboarding, though, seems to be just as important at a pro junior event like this.
Yeah, it's those little subtle adjustments, and you just saw then with Marlon, that was a replay of the 7 there. A lot of the points coming from this next section here, driving around. Not that one there. Flicking in this one here, almost identical to the first one. You see that tail slide, and whenever you have an element of doubt making that wave and you can ride out, you're going to get rewarded in a 7-point ride. Justified on that end section, Mitch.
And talk about a who's who of surfing growing up at Snapper Rocks. You get to see the big 3 right there. Mick Fanning, 2-time world junior champion Joel Parkinson, and of course the great Dean Morrison too. But getting to see Aki, people like that on a daily basis too. Asher Pacey must have been something pretty cool growing up for Marlon Harrison. speaking of great surfers, Tenchi Iwami, the Japanese surfer, he's going to be in the blue jersey in our final heat of the day, coming up against a very informed Joel Vaughan. Should be a fun way to end day 3 of competition, Matt.
Yeah, can't wait for that heat coming up. And Joel was sitting very stoic in the competitors area by himself, tuning into the broadcast, having a look at the scores, getting locked in. But I think most importantly, having a look at the different camera angles. If you're a competitor, and a lot of the junior women will be watching this heat right now and watching what the currents are doing, seeing where the surfers are positioning themselves, because sitting on the beach, it's really difficult to be able to keep your line and actually notify yourself, okay, hey, was that a good one? I don't even know. It just looks like sloppy wind chop. The drone angle on this webcast helping a lot.
Especially with the glare, too.
Yeah.
It's hard to see certain points of the beach. We saw the Japanese crew right there. Very accustomed to changing conditions, especially in an afternoon like this. Got to be thinking that Iwami's going to thrive in these kind of conditions out there with the surf that we have on offer. 17 minutes on the clock. Bunch has a couple of 6s that momentarily has him in the lead. Marlon Harrison, though, needs a 5.96. You know, speaking of his accolades, been very impressive on the QS side in the Australia region. Jackson, though, throws a tail. Cool maneuver right there. Don't know if it's going to improve on the 6.13. He's coming off of a win, though, over at Haleiwa QS 1000. And he won the title last year in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. Reason why he qualified for the Challenger Series. Had a full season. 9th place finish over there at Adeseda. Actually lost to his good friend and fellow competitor from Maui, Imai Kalani DeVault, in that round of 16.
Yeah, you can see the blend of progression and power with Jackson surfing last year in Portugal, showcasing his finesse on his backside, but also in these windy beach breaks. You can just see, talked about moving feet, modern day performance surfing. Jackson just on that smaller left, actually way up the board and sliding back again. That's why you'll see wax way up towards the nose, and you see these guys ending up in very bizarre situations, laying back in the air and basically just keeping the rocker down. So a lot of the boards got that late flip in the nose, moving forward so you can ride out of maneuvers, because obviously that's the difference between a make or break is if you're shuffling forward. That's why we paddle in the middle of the board, right? Where the flat spot is. And that's why you'll move up there so you don't fall. If you're sitting on the tail after a massive maneuver, and you're not going to ride out if you're on the tail pad, shuffle forward.
Actually, I apologize. That was in the quarterfinals when he lost out in Adeseda last year. But speaking of the amount of volume that a lot of these surfers are riding, you mentioned you want to have as much in your chest area to be able to paddle easier. He's riding a Glen Minami 5'10", 18.5, 2 5/16. It's a JV model, so he has his own model with Glen Minami. And talk about an underrated shaper coming out of the Hawaiian Islands, too. Developing a lot of great boards for these young up-and-coming surfers. And a tough region to really make a lot of boards for competitors traveling worldwide, Matt, because you have Channel Islands, Sharp Eye, who have kind of been at the forefront. Mayhem winning the first CT Shaper rankings. And Glen Minami, he's kind of been flying under the radar with this guy. Great opening turn right there for Bunch. And excellent timing for the second one, too.
Yeah.
Looking to better a 6.13. Equally as good on the forehand as he is on the backhand. Favorite movie, believe it or not, Nacho Libre. Might have a little bit of a comedic act going on in this one, Matt. 14:35 on the clock. Was probably listening to a lot of country music before he paddled out, too.
Well, you can't tell because country music usually, well, for me anyway, thinking about a good old road trip. But here, just aggressively attacking this section, banking that one off the top and using that momentum. This one, I thought it was going to die, but that wave fronting up. So that's one of the bigger end sections that we've seen all morning so far. I think the judges will really like it. A little foamy, if there's any critique here. Not that that's anything to do with the surfing. And he gets over the foam, manages it really well, and then he hits that end section with precision. So the judges will really eat up the flow and the combo.
Well, he had a lot of great people to look up to growing up on Maui. Clayton Marzo, Kai Barger, former World Junior Champion from here, and dropping excellent scores like they did back in the day competing at this event. An 8.33 for Jackson Bunch. You see the numbers right there, Matt?
Yep.
Went all the way up to an 8.8.
And you know, Marlon will have taken some confidence out of that 7-point ride, knowing the majority of points came out of that end section. And that's pretty much exactly what happened on Jackson's wave just then. Well, not pretty much. It is. One big turn, a little bit of downtime through the foam, nothing you could do there, and then lining up that end section. So if Marlon has a punch back in the next few minutes, it's going to be game on. Still chasing an 8.17 though.
And out to a strong lead is Jackson Bunch. Just dropped an 8.33 with 13 minutes to go. Gonna do the runaround here at Southside Oceanside Pier. A lot of action to come at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. SAMBAZON has partnered with Murph Electric Bikes to bring two lucky winners this one-of-a-kind custom SAMBAZON times Murph electric bike. You don't want to miss out on this $3,500 plus prize package, including 3 months of SAMBAZON's acai pockets and acai bowls, SAMBAZON branded Yeti cooler and drinkware, and the e-bike of your dreams. Enter to win via the QR code on screen or by visiting the SAMBAZON booth at the event here in Oceanside. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Mitch and Matt in the booth for heat number 7 of the round of 16. Marlon Harrison still trailing Jackson Bunch in this one, needing an 8.17. Just saw him catch a wave right there. Needing an excellent score would have to be the highest, or the second highest wave score of the heat, Matt, as an 8.33 is the high mark with Jackson Bunch. Maui no Kaoi at the moment, as Bunch has had a stellar heat, 7 waves caught and throwing away a 6.13. Looking at the replay here of Marlo.
Nice opening re-entry there and lines up this end section, goes for the nose pick reverse, rides out. I have to see where that one comes in, chasing a large 8.17. Very difficult to forecast what the wave's going to do out there. You just have to wait for one of those cleaner waves that gives you a little chip shot into it and multiple sections. But at the end of the day, a little bit of luck needs to go your way. Heaps more waves in this than what we saw in the previous heat with Taj and Leo. It almost went flat for the last 15 minutes. And it has sort of followed that trend throughout the day. There's been lulls in between. A lot of the surfers starting off with a bang and towards the end of the heat getting a little bit lackluster in terms of that consistency.
Drops to 6.2, so not even remotely close to enough. You see the scores right there by the judges. It was good surfing, but not excellent surfing at this point of the heat, Matt. Still 8.5 on the clock. No surprise to see the list of his idols. Kelly Slater, loves to watch him. Favorite surf movie is Black and White. But Mick Fanning, Ethan Ewing, and Parko, 3 of his biggest inspirations. Coming from the Gold Coast himself, what would be thinking that Ethan Ewing, the guy that he's looking up to the most right now, runner-up to the World Championship last year on the CT, a former World Junior Champion himself, and Harrison is being put a lot of pressure on by Jackson Bunch. They're neck to neck right now in terms of paddling. 8 minutes to go here.
Yeah, it's interesting when Jackson did that run around, paddled around at the pier, and he came beelining for Marlon. That's something I picked up. He was actually kicking and scratching to get over to sit where Marlon is. You can see it's very difficult to look out into that glare. We've got the luxury of the different camera angles, but standing on the beach and no doubt sitting in the water is creating quite a bit of exhaustion in the eyes, just staring straight out to the horizon, trying to look through those chops and identify a clean face so you can pull the trigger.
And it's not like he hasn't surfed a good heat so far. 13.2, a 7, and a 6.2.
At this point of any heat, you'd be pretty happy with a 6.2 as the backup. Only problem being an 8.33 is what Jackson dropped in his last heat. So, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time if Marlon couldn't hear what was going on. We've heard that throughout the event today. With those onshore winds, the delivery from the beach announcers. Doesn't matter how good your speakers are, Mother Nature's, the boss. And if that wind's blowing forward, that delivery needs to be crisp and at the right time so the surfer can just hear. Add surfers here, which is an issue with a lot of surfers that come from colder climates.
Good point.
No chance.
I don't think that would be the case with these two guys, though, coming from more tropical places.
And
hopefully,
juniors, too.
We would hope so, but these kids have been surfing since a young age. One thing I will say, too, Matt, it seems like at this event, anybody gets an excellent score, it just skews the rest of the heat. They just break away and distance themselves so much.
There's generally only been one excellent score per heat, and it's been the winner.
We have seen people lose out with the highest score of the heat, though. We saw Sofia Medina yesterday lose out with a 7-point ride. It was the highest wave of that heat. Still lost.
That was a shocker, actually. It was Kira Buckpitt putting in a clinical performance. Made a few little mistakes, but unfortunately Sofia wasn't able to capitalize. But in the process, put together at that 7-point ride. Beautiful, smooth transition surfing.
Doesn't seem like that's the case in this heat, though. Jackson Bunch, he is just putting on a master class when it comes to competing, but hold on. Harrison somehow breaks away, and, Bunch went up and over that wave thinking that Harrison wasn't going to be able to catch it, let it go, and Marzi just all of a sudden turns around and stands up, and he broke away quite a bit here, Matt.
Wow, and silhouetted. He went down to the trough of the wave, that bottom turn, and I thought that wave was going to allow something radical in the top lip, but nothing eventuated. Wow.
And Bunch up and riding now. His low score is 6.83. A strong start to this wave here. Deep bottom turn right there for Bunch. Once again, just thrown straight to the skies. And he's going to kick out with 5 minutes to go, looking to replace a high 6 at the moment. Harrison, before this last one, needing at least an 8.17. And an interesting choice to go on that one, too, knowing that Harrison was a bit further on the inside. Maybe he was thinking to himself, okay, I might get a little bit closer to him, but if it ends up being a good wave, I'll just try to rip it as hard as I can.
Yeah, and maybe not realizing that Harrison's wave didn't eventuate because he was on his way back out paddling. So potentially have thought that maybe he got a couple of big hits in and was getting closer to that 8.17.
It's a pretty cool picture of Oceanside right there. See a lot of different kinds of activities going on the pier. Nice little drum set, probably some jazz this afternoon. I know you're a big jazz fan yourself, Matt.
Absolutely. All types of music, all types of surfboards. It's nice to be well-rounded and enjoy the fruits of California surf culture.
Love to hear that, actually. Harrison now. Great response on this one. Strong turn right there and has one more section. Throws in the variation with the layback. Can he ride out? And had to go prone. So that last turn will be deemed incomplete. Did a good amount of work before that, though. 3 minutes 45 to go.
And he's got to paddle back out, too. No time for the runaround.
And what is really mattering now is that Jackson Bunch did not improve on his last wave either. 5.73. Low score still a 6.83. And Harrison, Did a good amount of work on that. Was it excellent surfing, though? We're going to leave it up to the judges.
Oh.
An 8.17
Look at
is
that.
what he needs. Very far inside. Another thing, too, if he does the run around here, is there enough time for him to make it back out?
It's going to be a tough one. I mean, it's about 4 minutes from the measure, and he's way down the beach as well, so he might just call it a day, having a look at 3-wave sets on the outside. And how heartbreaking it. I feel like that wave was looking good, and he offered a pretty dynamic end section. Looked like he was going to get it, and went back down, got back up, and then ended up prone. So it'll be deemed incomplete.
And it seems like the score coming through anyways. It's not going to be enough, Matt. 2 minutes 40 to go, and it's a 5.5. Doesn't even go up into his top 2. Still needing the 8.17. And as you mentioned, on average, you'd have to say around 4.5 minutes to get back out to the lineup and into position. 2 minutes 25 now, and Jackson Bunch might have done enough work in the first half of this heat to be able to move on into the quarterfinals. Harrison, though, I mean, if you're him, you don't know how much time's left. You're still trying to get things done, and you got to give up a lot of respect and admiration to this kid for still going for it at this point.
He's looking up at the beach announcer and his crew there, obviously trying to get a message. But you've come this far, 2 minutes to go. Anything can happen, but it isn't likely that he's going to get back out in time for another wave. And there's Jackson, unable to probably see, hear what his requirement is. I can hear the beach announcer over the top of our microphone delivering that score to Jackson.
Yeah, you got 2 of the best in the business up there. Jeff Baldwin, former professional surfer, and Micah Byrne, who actually won a QS event in very similar conditions to this at his home break in HB Pier. That was the Vans Pier Classic around 10 to 15 years ago. And when you have people like that up in the tower communicating and kind of providing you that information, people that have been in a situation like this before, goes a long ways, Matt, when it comes to competing at a high-level event like this.
For sure, the surfers come first, but at times they do make it difficult for themselves, surfing so far down the beach into the glare. There's only so many camera, and there he is. He's going to paddle straight back out. I don't know if this is all the way into the corner of the pier, but maybe try and, at this point, force an interference of some sort.
And traveling with his parents at this event, Sister Piper, also a great surfer, and Marzi. He's won a QS 5000 before. He was the Australasian Junior Champion in 2022. A lot of positives to take out of this. Haven't surfed in a high-level event like this at the World Junior Championships up until this point. Gonna settle with a 9th place finish here unless he makes it back out in the next 25 seconds and miraculously is able to get the 8.17 he needs. But the kid from Snapper Rocks, he put on a great performance throughout the 2 heats that he was in.
Yeah, and just Jackson Bunch has been in rhythm with those set waves and capitalized, hasn't fallen off. And you'd have to say if Harrison was able to get back out there and have another chance, or at least ride out of that last wave, it may have made things a little bit tighter towards the end of this heat.
Well, today belongs to Maui's own Jackson Bunch, an 8.33 backed up with a 6.83. He's moving through into the quarterfinals and looking great heading into finals day. A big performance from the kid from Maui. We got one more heat to go on day 3. Vaughan taking on Tenchi Iwami in Oceanside. maybe the most high-profile heat of the round out there in the water. It's young Joel Vaughan from Australia in the red and Japan's Tenshi Iwami in the blue jersey to cap off a great day of competition. Mitchell Salazar with the one and only, the incredible former CT surfer, Rosie Hodge. Rosie, welcome back.
Thank you, Mitch. It's always good for my confidence when I get an intro like that.
Well, great day, a great afternoon. Classic California conditions for a winter day. 4 to 6 feet, you'd say, on the back end of this. A couple of 10-footers on the faces every now and then. If you ask Sean Crawford, he'd probably say it's 3 feet. But Joel Vaughan from North Shelley in Sydney, Australia. This kid is talented, Rosie. I mean, had a strong performance on the Challenger Series. Had 2 of the highest waves on the CS in 2023. A perfect 10 in Saquarema and a 9.83 over there in Bolito.
Yeah, they crueled him. The 9.83 could have been a 10. No, I'm kidding. But Joel Vaughan, amazing talent coming out of Australia. He's comes from a pretty big family of brothers and a lot of surfing talent in amongst it. Tenshi Iwami, though, it's been such a fun event, just uncovering all of this new talent and being able to pinpoint all the guys to watch in the future. And I feel like Tenshi's one of those guys.
And he had a big comeback the other day, too. Back-to-back waves, moved him up into the lead. This kid's been on a roll, too. Made the finals over there at the ISA World Juniors. Great run over in the junior rankings in Asia. A couple of great results on the QS, too. But when it comes to this event here, he doesn't want to have to do the regional QS and wants to skip everything and qualify for the Challenger Series with a win here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. But talk about Joel Vaughan, surfed in this event last year, ended up losing in the elimination round, and he was already on the Challenger Series in 2022. So he had extremely high expectations of himself, lost out at Seaside Reef. He thought he was going to be able to blast his way into a finals appearance there. You flip the coin now to 2024. This event, he's looked like he is no doubt one of the favorites to win. Opened up with an excellent score of an 8.0 in the opening round. Round of 16 now, though, waited for the very last heat of day 3 to compete and still has 26 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, and I think when you have someone that has those moments, we gain these expectations of these surfers as we watch Tenshi now.
Yeah, off the bottom right there. Beautiful start for Iwami. And throws the tail. That was radical. A little bit of variation with that kind of board slide maneuver by Iwami. So great start for the Japanese surfer under the positioning of Vaughan too. And maybe caught a little bit off guard right there was Joel Vaughan by that wave from Iwami.
That was really nice. And I think the casual approach almost doesn't do it justice of how technical this guy was over his surfboard, floating that section right there. Watch his board as it just kind of shifts through the gears, going through that tail, and he's really just riding on the rail line as he's coming through because the fins have drifted out the back. Yeah, I really like this kid's style and the way that he kind of springs through that bottom turn and drifts on the rail line of his board.
Yeah, and you mentioned casual. Joe Parkinson was a victim of that on the championship tour. Marlon Gerber was an incredible surfer too, mainly made a living free surfing, also competed though, but he always felt that he was judged based off of his style and making things look too easy and not as difficult. It didn't seem like that way on this one from Iwami. Well, a big performance from Jackson Bunch. He's downstairs with Matt into the quarters.
Jackson, a polished performance there, starting early and really just leading that heat throughout. Was that the plan, to get a couple of early ones?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to start a heat off with a good score or two. And, yeah, I got lucky, stayed on the end bit, and it was pretty fun. Got a couple nice ones.
Now, I'm looking at your board, a typical Hawaiian-style outline. Something you'll see on the guns a lot. You've got these little step deck in there for strength. You've been breaking a lot of boards back home?
Yeah, I was breaking a ton of boards, just a little bit of extra strength, and, I mean, it's working.
Yeah.
Working good.
And it's looking, I mean, it's looking solid under your feet. Is this the type of board you'd be riding back home at Maui in the wind? Are you used to the wind, obviously? There's lefts, there's rights out there. What's the motivation to go out there in something that's not overly appetizing looking from the shore?
I mean, you just got to go into everything like, oh, it's firing. I mean, once you say that, oh, it sucks out there, you're kind of already down. And I mean, I thought it was fun out there and got a couple good waves.
Yeah. And feeling confident going into that next round, what's the plan going into finals day?
Just got to get the good waves. I mean, can maybe produce a little score with a crappy wave, but if you're on the good waves, that's when you're getting excellent scores.
And anyone back home in your camp right now you want to tune in with?
Yeah, I just want to thank all my sponsors, Quicksilver, Minami, Smith, FCS, Vertra, High Tech, for all supporting me. And yeah, I mean, thanks to Gabe Garcia, he's been helping me out, and Akila Ipa back home, I bet he's watching. He's sending me texts and stuff. And yeah, Shion, he lost out early, but he's been surfing super good. We've been doing a bunch of mock heats, and it's been super sick, competitive. And yeah, I want to thank my parents, my mom, my dad, my sister, my girlfriend, and my stepmom. Thank you.
Big support crew.
Yeah.
Let's go for finals day.
Thank you.
All right, back to live action.
Thank you, Matt, and what a cool kid. Positive attitude goes a long way, Rosie, and he's into the quarterfinals. Going to be matched up against the winner of this heat here, whether it's Joel Vaughan or Tenchi Iwami. And looking at the rest of the draw, not only do we have some incredible surfers in the quarters, we have some big matchups when it comes to people that have high expectations to win.
This is going to be solid. All of these matchups so stacked. I mean, which one is standing out to you, Mitch?
I really like quarter two. I
Yep.
feel like there's a lot on the line there. Jet Schilling mentioned in his opening round interview he wants to win. Ryan Kaialo's looked like one of the informed surfers.
Definitely. I mean, I have to turn my attention to the Levi Slawson, Heitor Mueller clash right there. Probably two of the highest scoring heats
Yep.
that we've seen all
Yep.
day coming up against each other. So that one's stacked. But all of them, man, couldn't pick it.
Well, I'm just going to throw this out there, Rosie. Finally, the Goofy Footers getting some recognition too. About half of the field still in there. Goofies, nice to see. Jackson Bunch moving through. And now Tenchi Iwami, before we went to the interview, dropped a 6.33, Rosie. A great start for him. Had a look at that wave right there. 21 minutes to go. Joel Vaughan still hasn't caught a wave. And we talked about the positive attitude of Jackson Bunch. Same thing goes for these two kids in the water. Always have a smile on their face before they paddle out. For you, how important was it to always embrace the positivity of just going out there and competing and doing something you love as a profession?
Well, that's what I was going to touch on, is just to put it into perspective, you get to go surfing for a living. Like, you doing something that you love as your job, as your career choice. So just right there, you're feeling like you've won the lottery. So I think when you look at conditions like today, it's been super fun. We've been dropping 8s and 9s. So I think what Jackson said right there was spot on, just having that positive attitude. And as soon as you have that negativity coming into your mind, it just dampens. Wow.
Goodness. My Lord, Joel Vaughan just goes nuclear on that section right there. 20 minutes to go. I was talking about him not catching a wave, Rosie, and he just goes and shuts me up with perhaps the biggest turn we've seen all day.
That was 100% going to make the highlight reel. So whoever's doing EVS is busy cutting out that little nugget of a wave and chucking it into the edit, because
The kid can surf.
yeah,
The kid can surf.
Can surf.
I just love the way he gains speed out of nowhere. I mean, he comes off the bottom, riding the DHDs now. That's a DNA model. I believe he only got them a few days ago, too. Looking at the replay here, Rosie.
Okay, so this is a different angle of it, the front-on view. Wow, look at all that spray. It was just, you know, the way that he waited on the bottom and then cobra strike the lip. That to us just immediately grabbed our attention. I mean, I was miles deep in a story there, and he just kind of put that to an end, so.
Well, when head judge Bill Seitz sent out the text this morning, he did mention that we could see an excellent score based off of one major maneuver. And case in point right here, Rosie, we're going to see it. Joel Vaughan going to go straight to the lead off of the virtue of one single turn. High impact, a lot of speed, and the venom was out. It's an 8.17 for Joel Vaughan. 18 minutes, 40 seconds to go. The kid is fast.
He's got fangs.
He is motivated, and he wants to prove that he is the best junior surfer in the world at the moment.
A bit of Aussie slang that I love. He was fanging it, like flying down the line and just decimated that section.
Truly did. I mean, he looked like LeBron James on a breakaway, just going straight for the rim. And if you're Paul George, you got to get out of the way. One of the greatest turns you're going to see in the event, an 8.17. Hard to do. I mean, you look at the judging panel up there, 5 CT level judges, people that look at the very best in the world, and they usually go through the juniors and the QS regionally too. You get an 8 out of them for one single turn, you got to be doing something exceptional.
But that seems to be his trademark, because we touched on his 10 at Sakarema, and was it a 983 in South Africa?
Yeah.
All single maneuvers. I know it was above the lip antics, but man, when are we going to see a combo from the guy? We might have to expand the the range of the judging criteria to 15.
You know, it's so funny that you bring that up, because he's one of those kids that you talk to him on land, it goes down right there, just a quick up and down for him. He's so cool, calm. His dad, Vaughan, always travels with him. Same exact person, always smiling. You don't really think that he's that radical, that gnarly of a surfer. Then you see him go out in the water, and they're like, okay, now I know why you're one of the best surfers in the world. You can pull off anything at any given time. And speaking of the kid in red, he's up again. Great combo right there by Joel, and as I say, that goes down on the last one. But the kid has aerial antics, and he definitely knows how to use his rail well too, Rosie.
And touching on, you know, his family life, he comes from a big family, 4 brothers. Imagine how competitive that is. So let's see, he's trying to back up that excellent score. He's taking off on kind of a mediocre wave right here, but 2-turn combo. You got to finish, Mitch. You got to, oh, watch here. Tenchi was even having a look at that one. Oh, I didn't even notice Tenchi in the lip line there on that first glance, but this is the excellent score. So everyone, all the competitors watching, they're like, okay,
yeah.
Note to self.
He put everybody on notice right there. Watch out, because Joel Vaughan's coming. So Tenchi Iwami seems like he caught a wave. Was only needing a 2.75 for the lead. Had a great combo on a 6.33. And the kid from Chiba, Japan, still only 18 years of age, Rosie. Has a lot of life left in him. Whether it's on the QS, the Challengers, hopefully even the CT too, has great aspirations for himself. He was riding on epoxy the other day, and I believe he's still riding the same board. Both guys going to be doing the runaround here, as we're still waiting on the last of Joel Vaughan, kind of slowing his tempo down to get a better listen to the announcers on the beach. Score for Iwami comes through, a 6.43, moves him up into first place. And a 3.0 comes through for Joel Vaughan, now in second, needing a 4.59. Halfway through the heat here, and this is where endurance plays a big factor, Rosie.
And another thing is backing yourself up. Joel has the 817, but he has to get a good backup. So he's got to tidy up those finishes. You can't be falling when you're looking to turn the screws on your competitor.
There's the 6.43 that came in, best of the heat for Tenchi.
Yeah, so a clean wrap right there. Now he gets more critical section. Knifes right into that open face. Beautiful flow through that. So a lot of variety there on those 3 turns as he heads the inside section and slams it shut. So good wave from him. His best so far, and a really nice answer back to the 817.
You mentioned flow, Rosie. Tempo on this seemed great too.
Yeah, like going through those 2 wraps, but now he starts to really let go of the gas as he heads towards this inside section. Slams it shut. It's kind of that mid-size wave of what we just a touch down from the sets with the chewier sections on them, but it had a nice line to it.
And there's sometimes where you do want less, right? You saw the 817 right there, a high impact maneuver. A 2-turn combination could get you a perfect 10 potentially. But with Tenchi, he's just been looking at those long waves that have really given him the scoring opportunity, and he's in the lead with only 2 waves ridden so far. 14 minutes ago, he's in first, and Joel Vaughan trailing, needing a 4.59 in a very competitive heat to end day 3. Back at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Joel Vaughan trailing Tenchi Iwami, needing a 4.59. And looking at our Best Western fan picks, the majority of people out there thinking Joel Vaughan's going to take the win in this heat, Rosie. 22% with the Japanese surfer in blue. He's currently leading at the moment.
Well, I'll say this. Joel definitely put his name on the map with some of his performances in the Challenger Series. He's become that household name, where Tenchi is kind of that under the radar, but watch out for him because he's definitely become one of my favorites. And that's what this event is all about, just bringing the world's best surfers to compete for the World Junior title.
And eventually giving them an opportunity to compete for a slot on the World Championship Tour. But Joel Vaughan's been there 2 years in a row now, close to qualifying. Hasn't really had one breakout performance where you're thinking to yourself, wow, this kid is going to win the event. He's going to qualify for the CT. But he's always had those wow moments within the events. He mentioned the 10 at Saquarema, the 9.83 in Bolito. Has an 8.17 for one turn here. And I like in his bio, puts in as his preheat music, strictly Metallica. So he is
Old metal.
And it's funny because you talk to his dad, Vaughan, and they almost have the same kind of personality. Just became an uncle too. Joel's the one guy that always travels with his dad because he has a sense of comfort with him that he can't really feel with anybody else. And I think that goes a long way when you're competing at an event like this, Rosie. And speaking of Joel, he's up and riding again, throws the layback right there. A cool maneuver, needing a 4.59, excuse me. 10 minutes to go here. What do you like about the decision making right there with priority, a third of the heat to go?
I think they could have been a little bit more. Obviously, he only had that one opportunity there, but he's been pushed into second place at the moment. I like that he attacked the slip line. I'm not too sure if it's gonna. Oh, well, let's see. He just narrowly gets it.
It's a 4.9, so just enough. A 6.65 is now what Tenchi Iwami requires, and that's a tall ask because he's had a couple of very well-surfed 6-point rides, and he's up and riding again. A lot more intensity in the start on this one. That's a strong wrap in the pocket from Tenchi. Once again to the lip line, and unfortunately, an uncharacteristic fall right there from Iwami. Not something we've really seen over the course of his 3 heats so far, Rosie.
Yeah, I was going to say, he lands that maneuver. He's going to have that score, no problem, looking at his pocket sixes that he's got previously and comparatively to the 4.9 that Joel just locked in. So I'm sure he'd be kicking himself that he didn't manage to pull off that last maneuver. I'm still interested to see the score because I think, that'll give you an idea of what it could have been. It was still that turn out the back was so nice, and then second turn was strong.
And it all comes down to the finish the majority of the times. 5.73, I think we can both say that he was going to get it if he finishes that last turn off, but doesn't go up into his top 2, still needing a 6.65. Uncharacteristic. You don't normally see that with Tenchi. And now Joel Vaughan is going to make him pay. Beautiful wrap to start things off into the lip once again. And you guys better watch out now. He's found his flow, ladies and gentlemen. This kid is on fire. He might be hotter than a blowtorch right now, Rosie.
Get your goggles. But I will say, so when we were going back to that 4.9 and I was like a little bit critical of it, it's because I wanted to see him on a wave with a bit more open face to really open up. I'm getting Ethan Ewing vibes from Joel. And I feel like, he's like all or nothing. And that's what I absolutely love about watching him surf, because you're so engaged, because you don't know what he's going to do. Every single maneuver here was so different. So let's have a look at it. Comes around this section, goes for the swoop, has that release right there in the top third. Up vertical, drifts that board. So different variation, lays it back, doesn't just go for the swoop, and then quick transition up in the lip. So every maneuver was different. Every maneuver was impactful. If he got an 8.17 for that one maneuver, there it is. He's best wave.
We now have the highest heat total of the event, the highest single wave of the event. It's a 9.43 for Joel Vaughan. Backs it up with an 8.17. I'm telling you, Rosie, when this kid catches fire, you are not putting that out. Still 6 minutes 50 to go. Tenchi Iwami now needs 2 brand new scores in a score line. 17.6 heat total is what he needs. And no doubt Joel Vaughan getting cup noodle wave of the day right there with a 9.43. Combination of major maneuvers, a lot of flow, you add speed, and the element of power very present on that wave.
Definitely. I mean, I can't fault any of those numbers. Joel Vaughan. I'm so glad I get to call this heat. I mean, Tenchi has just been so fun to watch. Joel Vaughan, I mean, this lead changing hands multiple times throughout.
And for sure, getting the cup noodle wave of the day is Joel Vaughan right now. This kid has just reached another level in this heat. And talk about having to wait all day, Rosie, to compete too. Especially when you've been put on hold twice.
Yep.
Didn't know if you were going to start at 7:30, at 9. Next thing you know, we have call at 11 for a potential 11:35 start. He's like, you know what? I got it. Piece of cake, walk in the park. I've been to too many junior amateur events where I've surfed 5 heats in a row, sunburn, no wax. This is an event where I'm spoiled at. And he's up and riding again, going left now. Has a ramp, a lot of speed, takes to the air.
Oh, man.
And he's going to pull it too. The kid's just putting it on the show now.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I feel like save some for finals day.
Oh, telling you.
He's like Ethan Ewing but can do airs.
Well, favorite
like-
surfer is Taj Burrow. So
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
a lot of influence right there. I think Metallica was a good choice. I think Metallica is working right now, Rosie. 5 minutes to go. Looking to replace an 8.17. For whom the bell tolls.
I feel like the time in Australia too, everyone would be online watching him go absolutely mad. It's probably mid-morning, early morning in Oz. Yeah, he's putting on a show.
And a 9.1 from Joel Vaughan just continues to extend his lead. Full-on dominance out there right now. 18.53 heat total. It is the highest of the event so
Board
far.
swap. Let's go. He's not done.
Well, that's a smart idea too, Rosie, right? Because you want to keep that board on ice.
I like the design on there too. It's really cool.
All smiles right now is Joel, and just making the run back up to the pier. Gonna make it back out to the lineup if he can with 4 minutes to go. And now the response by Iwami. He's needing a pair of 9s to move back up into first place. Were you ever in a position like this, Rosie, where you were needing 2 high excellence scores to retake the lead in a position like this?
I've definitely been comboed, Mitch. Yeah, I know what that feels like. It stings.
I didn't want to bring it up that way, but with this amount of time remaining within the heat, yeah.
Sometimes you just come again, like it's a brick wall. Like that competitor, you like can't help but be like, okay. But I think for Tenchi, like this kid's not going to give up, and it's not the last we're going to see of him. And the next time he meets up with Joel Vaughan, like he's going to have a score to settle. So I think, yeah, this matchup for both of these guys is not going to be their last on the big stage.
So I asked you yesterday what time of the day you prefer to surf at in a competition. You usually said in the morning, try to get the cleanest conditions. Looking at Joel right there, making his way back out with 3 minutes to go. When you had a heat like this late in the afternoon, you knew that you're going to surf way later on during the day. How did you manage your time, and how did you actually manage your day leading up to a heat like this?
Do you know what? Like, I think you get really inspired by watching some of the events, and I think managing that energy is pretty important. But when you do get to the end of the day at a contest site, you can almost feel a little bit of the energy start to wane, and you're like, no, this is my chance to ramp things up, because like everyone's starting to leave, like it's that last heat of the day. You see people like packing up their chairs, and you're like, oh no, I need to go out there and like,
Just a little bit extra,
yeah,
isn't it?
Like seal the deal on the day, just like end on a high note.
And speaking of ending on a high note, don't forget we have the Visit Oceanside post show right after this heat. Kaipo, Rosie, and myself. And no doubt Joel Vaughan going to be a highlight of that package. Tenchi Iwami, though, can't say enough good things about the kid from Chiba, Japan, coming off of a final performance over there at the ISA Juniors. We're going to be seeing him on the regional QS and the juniors too. This is the 9.1 of Joel Vaughan, Rosie.
So when he takes off on that wave, like that was such a premeditated maneuver choice right there. He's not even looking at any lip line, but his all sights were on that end section. And you can tell as he's kind of loading up on his board, getting those feet in the right position. No grab, just utilizing that wind that's coming at him too to kind of stick that board to his feet.
And both you and Matt were actually pointing out that the wind was so onshore, it wasn't really favorable for a lot of airs. It just slightly turned into a northwest direction, was actually very favorable for the one air right there on the left-hander. But just an astral kind of performance right here towards the end. Really transcends what a lot of people can really do in a competitive setting, Rosie.
And I think for Joel, like the talk on the post show, the talk around the contest site, the talk, like everything is going to be about this performance in this heat. And then that for the competitors is like, well, what did he do? What did he do? And go and check it out and whatever. But like, he becomes the guy to beat in this contest.
And now Iwami, 33 seconds to go. Just the one turn right there. And you got to give props to him, right? Because had the early lead, pair of sixes, looked very much in control of the heat up until the point when Joel broke away and got the 8.17. Made a huge comeback after a certain point. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to be enough in this heat as Joel Vaughan, just a quick one up and down, Rosie. And no doubt the best performance we've seen all event.
And he got out there really quickly too, Mitch.
Well, he's in good shape. Can tell you that. He's been preparing a lot at the HPC in Australia. And with Surfing Australia backing him up too, he's looking like a strong contender to win his first World Junior Championship. The 20-year-old moving through into the quarterfinals, defeating the Japanese surfer Tenchi Iwami. We got the Visit Oceanside Post Show Kaipo coming in and joining myself and Rosie Hodge for more to talk about after this.
Welcome to the Visit Oceanside Post Show at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. And again, a beautiful day here at the North Shore of San Diego, Oceanside, California. You know what? I'm Gabriel. This is the wonderful Rosie Hodge and my sobrino, Micho Salazar. We had a roller coaster day today. We were on hold this morning. We ended up having a half a day of competition, Rosie, but we packed a lot of action into just a half a day of competition.
We milked the day. I mean, today, maybe the most excellent scores we've seen of the whole competition. Just shows you the quality of surf, and yeah, it feels like we've lived like 9 lives through this day.
It's been a roller coaster, Mitchell, but we ended up on the upside. I mean, I think the performance by the men in this round of 16, each heat was just outstanding, and it worked its way into a crescendo. We're going to talk a little bit about that later.
Yeah, and fully on, I think it was the right decision to go today, too. We had 2 holds this morning, started off at 11:35, but I think the decision from both Jet Schilling and Levi Slawson to put some pressure on Brian Robbins and Darren Brillhart to go on was the right call. Excellent scores, as Rosie was mentioning. I think that day with the highest excellent scores, but most importantly, finishing the day that way with Joel Vaughan was even more impressive, Kaipo.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. First, we're going to look back in the morning. Heat number 2 of the round of 16. It was Crawford who had a lot of momentum. He had the highest single wave score coming into this day at a 9.33 yesterday, but he was met up against a on-fire Heitor Mueller. But starting off here, Rosie, with Shion on his opening ride.
Yeah, you'd have to say Shion, coming off of yesterday's performance, was the favorite in this heat, but he went to a different piece of equipment. We watched him free surfing. He was looking on, he was looking sharp, turns like that. He was in the running, Mitchell.
Yeah, and to be honest, it almost seemed like he was on another level yesterday. Switch sports today, Kaipo had a 7 right there, and then backed it up real quick. Heitor was actually needing a couple of scores towards the tail end of this heat and made a huge comeback afterwards.
Yeah, it looked like it was all Shion Crawford, a 7.17 and a 6.03. So he had a strong start to this heat. But then Heitor Mueller was able to pick out the lineup and find a gem right here, Rosie.
Yeah, he was unbelievable. I mean, the guy's just so fast in transition. Just noticing, chatting to him after his post-heat, this is the first time he's surfing this piece of equipment, so fresh board under his feet, and definitely think it's one that he's going to go to in the future with surfing like that.
Mitchell, this is a 9-point ride. This really changed the complexion of this heat.
It did, and I thought it was the flow and the read of the wave, too. I mean, he put on an absolute clinic in finding those 2 waves, a 6.0, and then got the 9-point ride eventually, Kaipo. But as Rosie mentioned, riding a brand new board in your heat at a World Junior Championship, that is a move that I don't think a lot of coaches would be approving. Ended up working out, though.
Yeah, Heitor Mueller on to finals day. And speaking of finals day, we're gearing up for that. Look at those numbers. 9-point ride, 6-point backup, Rosie, 15 points. That's a solid 2-wave heat total.
Yeah, the Brazilians were on a heater today, and Shion did so well, too. I have to give props to that guy because he was one of the standouts for us, and I'm no doubt he's going to have a great 2024.
Yeah, he's so 18 years old, Shion Crawford. Bright future in front of him. But Heitor Mueller, you're thinking, wow, 15 points. That's nearly an excellent score, guys. But God, when we went through the rest of the day, Mitchell, those heat totals continue to grow and grow.
Yeah, and I thought Levi Slawson opened up the day with an 8.5 was really impressive, too. That was literally the first wave 10 seconds into the heat and opens up with an 8.5. But that's a guy that really wants to win an event right here at home in San Diego.
Talk about this. 20 points is a possible total for a perfect heat. 18.53 just went down with Joel Vaughan. Let's hear from Joel Vaughan. He's with Matt.
The highest heat total of the event, highest single wave scores, both of them. Joel, a record for you. This is your highest heat total in a professional event. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. I kind of started a little slow, and then I think I got an 8 on my first one, and it was just one turn, and then I fell off and came in and ran around, just reset and went back out there. And I had 15 minutes to go and got some good waves and had a bit of fun.
So there was about a 10-minute gap in between both your waves, and you had a little a lapse, I guess, of timing out there. There's been big lulls out there today. Were you worried about getting a backup score, or did you have another excellent wave in your foresight?
I don't know. I just thought that a wave was going to come, whether it be I think I only need a 4.9, whether it be that or another good wave, and I was just kind of kept my eyes out for anything with a bit of steepness, and yeah, a good one came through and ran all the way.
Well, great decision to run today. Now, the question everyone wants to know, 4 minutes to go, you did a board change. What happened to the other board? Did you put it on ice, or is there anything broken?
Nah, there's nothing broken. That one was just feeling really good, so I thought I might try to jump on this board and see if I could get another good one and see how the judges would like the look of this board under my feet. So that's what I thought, and paddle back out there, and my toes were numb, so I couldn't even feel the board. So yeah, guess I'll jump back on the other board for tomorrow.
Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for the performance that you gave everyone at home. We're going to jump back into the post show right now.
Thank you.
There you go, Joel Vaughan. Still pretty steady. I mean, I'd be a lot more excited if I had an 18.53. But think about that, Rosie. Win your heat, and then, in the last 4 minutes, whatever, maybe test the new board out, see how it goes.
Oh, man, he just hasn't even broken a sweat. I feel like the guy hasn't even got out of second gear. How scary is that?
Yeah, and that's bids really, really good things as we look forward to finals day. Let's check it out, Mitchell. It's the Cup Noodle wave of the day. Guess which wave it was?
Well, I got to be thinking it's the 9.43 we just saw from Joel Vaughan, but he did have 2 9-point rides in this one, Kaipo. 9.43 on this one for Joel. The wrap into the lip right there. And how's this Larry layback right afterwards, too? Woof. And then pop goes the weasel right at the end. It was the Metallica for me. Pre-heat music playlist. Fully Metallica by Joel Vaughan. I think that's why he's so stoic when he comes out of the water, too. It's all inside his head, Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, hey, great surfing, 9.43, 9.1. What's the future is another question. We got a couple more days until we can crown a champ. Let's take a look at Surfline and the forecast, Rosie. We only got 3 more days left in the waiting period, and we're going to enjoy some surfing right here with Joel Vaughan before we get to that surf forecast, because this 9.43, we can't get enough of it.
Another thing about this guy, he was getting rid of an 8-point ride in his scoreline. So the guy's throwing away excellent scores. Anyway, he's amazing.
And here we go. It's Surfline. And what we got going, we got a day and a half of competition remaining. Here's what's in the swell window, Mitchell.
Yeah, and we did have those super strong onshores early this morning. They did improve midway through, but I think tomorrow, Kaipo, is going to be very dependent on how strong the wind remains this afternoon. As you can see right there, some small swell mixing in throughout Saturday, but that fresh northwest will be building on Sunday, Rosie.
And that's the last day of our waiting period. So like you said, Kappa, we've got 2 more days of competition left. I mean, tomorrow is looking great with 3 to 4 faces, Saturday 2 to 3, Sunday 2 to 3. So, yeah, we got a couple sessions to pick out.
Yeah, it's likely tomorrow, according to the Surfline, and then it's really going to be, is it going to be Saturday, is it going to be Sunday for that finals day? Thank you to Surfline again, and remember, if you're not a premium member, you're missing out. Take a look at our men, and when we talk about finals day, the quarterfinals are set up. I'm going to go first to you, Mitchell. Give me a highlight heat.
Quarter four, Bunch, Vaughan. That one's really tough. I do want to point out, though, that I think Heitor Mueller has been very underrated and hasn't gotten a lot of praise. Had the 9.0 and a 15-point heat total. I think it's one to watch, too.
Rosie, anything stand out for you in the quarterfinals?
That's the one I wanted to talk about. Quarterfinal number 1, Levi Slawson and Heitor Mueller. I think they're going to do incredible things. You know what? I think Jet Schilling, he seemed like pretty upset with his performance today, which means tomorrow we're going to see him revved up tomorrow, or, finals day, whenever that is. So, Jet's one to look out for.
I'm going to go with quarterfinal number 3 really quickly, just because that's 2 Goofy Foots, and I'm a Goofy Foot fan, and I think there's a great personality change right there between the mellow Jarvis Earl and Leo Casal, who's on a mission.
Kaipo, we're finally doing it again. We got some Goofy Footers in the draw right here in the quarterfinals. I'm so happy.
That's good stuff. Well, all we got left is
your favorite time of the day.
Yeah, our top 5 moments. Let's check out the top 5 moments, because we had some great moments today, and we want to reflect on those moments. Again, it started out this morning, Rosie, uncertain of if we were going to even run today, and then we ended up with these top 5 moments, and they were some great moments here, day number 3 of competition. We're going to start off with number 5, bro. Jackson Bunch.
Oh, Jackson, just so fun watching this kid surf. So great to see him on that little bit of lumber under his feet. That board was reaching into the step-up category. And good to see him just swinging that board around, looking at home in these open face sections.
Yeah, 8.33 right here for Jackson Bunch. And the trip to the quarterfinals. Number 4, Mitchell, Ryan Kaialo.
Well, he caught that wave under priority, Kaipo. That was an 8.33 for the kid from Sao Paulo. Went up against a very informed Luke Thompson, and he caught this wave paddling back out. Thompson didn't even know where Ryan was. Next thing you know, he finds his excellent score, and then Thompson needing a 9-point ride afterwards. Strong performance by the surfer from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Coming in at number 3, Levi Slawson started off with an 8.5 today, Ro.
Debut wave of the day to grab the judges' attention on your first wave. First heat of the day, get your feet, 8.5. Thanks for coming, Levi Slawson, into the quarterfinals.
A solid finish there for Slawson. Looking at number 2, Heitor Mueller, looking quick right here with a 9-point ride, Mitchell.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Kaipo, this kid has gone under the radar, had a 9th place finish at the last Challenger Series event in Saquarema, and just perfect timing when it came to that 9-point ride there in really tricky conditions at Southside Oceanside Pier. I think for him, coming up against Levi Slawson, you just need to have your best performance to date, and you need to come out really with a big momentum shift in favor of Heitor Mueller.
And number 1, you guessed it, Joel Vaughan with a 9.1 for this air and a 9.43 for this wave, Rosie. Highest heat total of the event so far.
Yeah, he just put on an absolute clinic, and he's going to be the guy to beat going into finals day. This is going to be imprinted on everyone's brains as they move into quarterfinals and beyond on the competition. So you'd have to say he's got a bit of advantage laying down such big scores and coming into quarters.
Yeah. I just, worry about him peaking too early. What do you think? Final thoughts, Mitch?
I think regardless if he wins the event or not, he's put everybody on notice that he's improved a lot. His competitive savvy has improved. And I think most importantly, in different conditions too, because we normally see him at point breaks. At a beach break like this now, Kaipo, going to be hard to stop him.
Rosie, your thoughts? Wrap it up.
Yeah, man, it's been just such a great day. I think we've seen some high-performance surfing, and we've still got 8 heats of the women's round of 16. I'm really looking forward to seeing the women hit the water potentially tomorrow.
Yeah, potentially tomorrow. Check in with WorldSurfLeague.com, 7:15 California time for a possible 7:35 start. Enjoy the end of day highlights, and aloha.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.